Welcome to this hands-on course where you will learn to build Droply, a Dropbox-inspired file storage service using the latest tools and best practices in the Next.js ecosystem. Designed for beginners, this tutorial covers everything from secure authentication with Clerk and robust data management with Neon and Drizzle to advanced features like OTP signup, XOD validation, and seamless file uploads with Imagekit. Hitesh Chowdhury developed this course.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this amazing learning experience of building Droply, which is a highly inspired Dropbox kind of a clone. And I personally believe that every engineer once in a life should really build a Dropbox kind of a clone. Why, you might be asking? Because it's very important to understand the facade that is being created by the applications like Dropbox and many others. If you closely look at any of the application online, and you ask a question to yourself, what is a folder? Folder is nothing, it's just a group and collection of the files. And in the world of online, there is no such thing that exists as a folder. So how do we manage that? And how does all these online application creates a facade that you feels like, okay, I'm inside a folder. Technically, you are not inside a folder, they are just a concept of file. This is a really interesting project that every engineer should build to understand the relations, to understand SQL, to understand how things are kept online and how a user is being given a facade that yes, you are inside a folder now and you see all the files which are inside the folder itself. It is a really complex application to build because you have just one data structure, and by data structure I mean to say you have just one schema. You understand the things about self-relationships and how to build up a path where you have folder inside files and then you can have more folders and then more files inside. It's a really complex architecture to understand, but you learn a ton of things in that. Not only that, first of all, I'll give you a tour of what we are about to build, and then I'll show you what kind of magical experiences we are going to have. Not only that, in this entire application, I will walk you through that we are not just mindlessly writing the code and you follow along with me. We are going to together move on to the blackboard. We'll design the strategies step by step. We'll write them just like we write them in our own SAS. And then we will step by step code out each of the tasks that we have designed there. It's going to be a fantastic learning journey and you are going to absolutely love that. Not only that, I do have some assignments for you as well, and you're going to totally enjoy that assignment. And I do have solutions of these assignments as well available to you. But first, before doing that, let me take you on the screen and show you what we are about to use, what tech stack we'll be using for this, and what application we are going to build. Now, in order to do so, what I need to do first is go ahead and log this out, because I'll show you the whole journey and you will be so much impressed with that. So I'll just go ahead and do a sign out onto this one. And there we go. We are signed out and hopefully there we go, signed out. And let me go ahead and remove this user as well because I want to show you the whole experience. By the way, this whole application is running offline in the latest Next.js. So we'll talk about Next.js as well in a second. First, let me remove this user. And by the way, I'll show you some superpower. Oh boy, this whole thing which says impersonate user, this takes so much time if you want to build authentication on your own, but we're not going to do that. But again, since I have taken you on this Clerk website, that's why you're able to see that, okay, we're using Clerk. But let me show you the magic of this that you won't be able to see on the main website that we are using Clerk. We will be using whole of our own branding. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this user. Why, you might be asking, can't you create another user? I'll show you the reason behind that as well. First of all, let's go up here. I'm going to go ahead and do a sign up on this application. And notice this, we do have our own sign up page. Let me go ahead and first add the user. So I'm just going to go ahead and say Hitesh and email that I'll use for the demo purpose. And I'm going to go ahead and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we'll tab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'll try to create an account. And as soon as I try to create the account, it will say, hey, password has been found in an online data breach. So please don't use this. This is all being taken care of it. Now let me quickly go ahead and enter a real password. All right, so I have entered my password and let's try to create an account now. And once I try to create an account, what you will notice is everything is still in our branding and it asks me to enter the 6-digit code. Let me try to find the 6-digit code which has delivered on to my inbox. All right, so I have the code in my inbox. Phone is easier to access. And we're going to say, even if you see this, this is totally okay because it every single time generates the random one. And I'm going to go ahead and verify the email. And now we have status of verifying the email. And yes, this whole thing is powered by Clerk, but you don't see the Clerk branding on its own. And yes, Clerk has a pretty generous of the free tier, 10,000 monthly active user, not 10,000 users, monthly active users. That is a pretty big one for any of the SaaS. And I can just quickly go ahead into organization, come back here, and we see that, okay, we have everything. Not only that, I can actually impersonate this user and log in into my application if there are some bugs or anything I want to fix them up. But anyways, so this is the part one of it. Now this is the application, and yes, this is a very basic application. I haven't worked much on it. This is just HeroUI components that I have integrated with the Next.js. I will give you assignment that please design this way better than me. I'm pretty sure you can do that. I'll just go ahead and drag and drop this. So I'll just go ahead and click on the browse. We're gonna just go ahead and use one of my thumbnail. I'll click on this upload image. So you can actually go ahead and create a folder as well as you can add image. You can add PDFs as well. I've showed you that in the walkthrough as well. I'll go ahead and click on upload. It uploads that file into our root of this application. And not only just root, I can mark them as star, I can mark them as delete. It moves it into the trash. And if I just go ahead and create a folder, I'm going to call this one as probably headshots. All YouTubers have headshot folders, every single one of them, including me. I'll go ahead and create onto this one. And there we go. We have two folders. If I click on this folder, I go inside this, but there are no files. So again, technically there is no file out there and technically there is no folder. So we'll learn how we can actually go ahead and do that. We'll just go back onto this. So I'll just go ahead and move on to this. Let's go to the dashboard again. And not only that, I will walk you through that there are so many things you have to learn. For example, this not just dropping the image. For handling the image, we are using the Imagekit. We're going to study their documentation. And not only just once, we are going to implement Imagekit twice. One, through how they mention in the documentation. And second, for our use case, we're going to customize the code, we're going to customize the endpoint and so much more. Now, not only this is the whole part of it. So for this, we are using Neon as our database. We are using Postgres for that. And we'll be using Drizzle. Yes, that is super nice. We're using Clerk for handling all of our authentication. Not only that, now let me take you on to the seriousness. You have seen the demo of the application. This is a really serious application. In this, we're going to use latest of the Next.js. Not only the latest of Next.js, we're also going to talk about the recent vulnerability which made a lot of applications vulnerable to it. And not only we are going to talk about it, we will implement security implementation so that your middleware is there and each of your endpoint is safe. I'll walk you through that. And not only that, we will also work closely with the Clerk. And through the Clerk, I'll show you the superpower of the Clerk. Not only that, we will work through that how we have seen that just in the demo that there is no branding of the Clerk. Still, we are using the Clerk. So in case your application demands that, you can work through that. And whole of your application is all of the user journey, everything in the user is maintained in the Clerk itself. I will go through some of the detailed documentation, implementation part of it, and the best practices of the Clerk. After that, we are going to learn about Drizzle. Yes, for this application, we are using Drizzle. And I will walk you through how the nuances of the Drizzle works, how you can create schemas, not only schemas, how you can work with the relations. And this application has a really interesting way of handling the schema. We learn about the self relationship with the same entity. That is really very rare to see. But in this application, we are going to learn with that. After that, we have done that, we will use Imagekit, and not just any Imagekit. I'll walk you through with the superpower that Imagekit comes up with that. We will learn how we can restrict the files, certain types of file to be uploaded on our platform. We will work through with image and PDF only, but I'll show you the walkthrough that how you can add more of the files, but we're going to just work with the two. Surely you can add more. I will walk you through that how Imagekit actually helps you to not only just managing and handling the files, but you can also use some of the AI features on top of that. We're going to discuss with that as well. Once we are done with this, I will walk you through how to write step-by-step path of these strategies and algorithm for these applications. Let me again give you some of the glimpse of this. So if you go and look at our board, not here in this. So notice here we have these access. So step 1, step 2, step 3, then step 4, and then we move up here, then yes and no. So all these strategies we are going to first go ahead and write on the board itself. Then one by one we are going to move into the code file and step by step we will apply. Not only that, last but not the least, the best part of this application, this is not just mindlessly writing the code by looking at the screen. We will understand each concept, we will have a discussion on this, and this will probably be your best learning experience. Once we are done with this, I will walk you through and will give you that, okay, I'm implementing this step. Now this strategy, you need to build it. There will be assignments in this entire application that we are building up. And this is going to teach you so much. The whole journey and the whole role of the code is not to just mindlessly write the code. Take some challenges and write based on what you have learned just right now. And we will give you some of the UI-based challenges as well. And the best part, you will have the solution as a complete repository of this application, which is linked in the description section. So yes, you have the whole source code access as well. But I will feel super happy if somebody just enhances this application or finishes this application in more with enhanced features or better UI. I would feel super happy with this. So this is the whole walkthrough and the tour of this such gigantic application that we are building up together. And there is so much to learn with this. You just need to finish this one application and you will feel so much confident with this. Last but not the least, whatever the time it says to the video, let's just say this video says, hey, this is a 6 hour of the video. You will take probably 2x or 3x of the time to actually complete this video. This video is very polished, well edited, and of course, nicely shot as well. So you will need probably more time to digest that. But again, don't be in a hurry. We are not in a hurry. You just need to finish this project and you will feel so much good about it. And all the latest and greatest of the tech are used in it. Super excited to have you in this one. And let's go ahead and get started by building the Droply, a Dropbox-inspired clone here. Let's get started. All right, welcome to the section. And I'm pretty sure you might be watching the video in the full go. But videos are not recorded like that. And today I'm in the GitHub t-shirt. I really like the t-shirts sent from the company. Anyways, let's get started. So in this video, we'll start to plan our project. And this is the most important part when you build any project. Surely you can have a look on Drizzle or Prisma or any other tech that you have. But if your planning is not strong and if you are not trained enough in planning a project, then you will always find yourself stuck in what should I do next? And that really is something I really want to avoid for this course. I want to give you the mindset of how to plan such projects, and you can apply the same template with any other project that you're working with. So let me go ahead and take you on the screen and let's finalize that what is the tech stack that we'll be using. Already have mentioned most of them. But in this one, we'll just get started. We'll initialize our project and you can all follow along with me. This will be a great journey. But the most important part is how we are going to lay down the stepping stones for working each and every task. So breaking down the big problem into the small one. Let me take you on to the screen itself. And here we are. All right. So this is my VS Code. We'll be installing everything up here. Super easy. And this is all the tech that we'll be using. So we'll be using Imagekit and of course the Next.js version of it. Of course, we'll be on the Next.js. And yes, don't you worry about the Next.js. There was a lot of drama around that how middleware should be used in Next.js and all that. We'll take care of all of the security part as well. Nothing to be worried on that. So we'll be using Imagekit because every project which is like this or any other needs some kind of storage, and Imagekit storage is one of the easiest one to work on with. So we're going to follow their documentation line by line and I'll walk you through. After this video, you have to be never ever worried about integrating Imagekit in your application. You'll be very easily be comfortable with Imagekit and you will be able to inject them in any Next.js project. Apart from this, we'll be handing down all of our authentication headaches to the Clerk. And surely I do have a couple of other videos about authentication from the scratch and everything. But for this project, my main goal is to walk you through with the process of building a bigger application. So authentication, it really consumes a lot of part of the tutorials and the project if you're building a SaaS. So we won't be wasting our time there. Clerk really makes sense. It handles all of our headaches regarding the authentication. So I'll walk you through how simple it is and how you can customize it. You might have noticed in our application, it doesn't look like a Clerk. It's just our own authentication. It looks like that. So we have full liberty in the customization as well. And apart from this, we'll be using a database. We'll be using Neon for it. Feel free to use any Postgres or SQL version. Drizzle can handle all of it. So we'll be working through that. And for the ORM, this time we're going with the Drizzle. I created a couple of videos with the Prisma as well, but this time it's time to understand the Drizzle. It's equally simple, but there are a couple of more steps involved, but we need to go through with it. And apart from this, that's it. For the library, we are going to be using HeroUI. I'll walk you through each step by step, how this can be installed, nothing to be worried. And with this, we'll be using Next.js. So first of all, let's go ahead and copy this command and move up here. And let's go ahead and install Next.js in this folder. So I've already opened up a folder in my VS Code. All I have to do is paste this command and at the end of it, just put a dot. The final dot here simply means don't create a subfolder inside this folder, just install all the things in my current directory. Really simple. I'll hit enter and now it will ask me or allow me to select my options and feel free to choose whatever you like. In this case, let's go with the TypeScript, although we'll not be using heavily the TypeScript in this project, but hey, whatever we can. I wanted to show you some of the steps, some of the stuff that you can do with the Drizzle, which will make your life super easy while using the TypeScript. So that is why we're going to be picking up the TypeScript. Linting, yes, of course, I love linting. Tailwind, for sure, give me that. Do you want to have a source folder? I would say let's skip this time. App router, for sure. Turbo pack, yes, this makes life a little bit easier as a developer. Your project becomes a tiny bit speedier, but again, the Next.js project actually runs through crazy speed when it is deployed in the production, but in the local development, it's not that fast. But Turbo pack makes it a little bit faster, so we're going to go with that. No customization in the import statement, all looks good. So this is the part where we go with this basic. Now let's see, how do we work with that? So first of all, let's plan this out. So every kind of a full stack project that you have built up, this is our full stack. Don't worry, I'll zoom this up. Every full stack project has some kind of a key components, and yes, please go with that. So every kind of a full stack project has few of the parts. No, I'm not talking about just the front end and back end, but actually there are few components which you always have to work with this. So auth is going to be one major component of your application. The another component of your application is going to be your business logic. This is where you actually make your application, whether that's a LMS, whether that's a Dropbox clone or whatever you are building up. And last but not the least part is actually the storage component of your application. And surely depends on how complex your application is. There might be other components like mailing component, queuing component, lot of components are there. And where I want you to focus majorly is this business logic, where I want you to heavily focus. So for the auth part, we're going to go ahead and say, hey, Clerk will just configure you. You take care of all the auth related stuff for me. So it's going to just go ahead and do that. And for the storage, we are heavily dependent on Imagekit. And Imagekit allows you to do a lot of stuff behind the scene. For example, you can bring your own bucket, and that is the most insane part. Not only bring your own bucket, but actually you can, on that bucket, on your storage, you can actually impose some of the AI superpowers which are given to us by the Imagekit. So it's really nice and awesome. So for the storage part, we're going to say that, hey, Imagekit, the storage part, you please handle that so that I can focus. And this is the part where you focus most, the business logic. Now in the business logic, the first step always is how we're going to plan the thing. So for my use case, what works the best is decide that what you're going to store as information for your application. So my first step is always store information. What information you might be thinking, hey, what kind of information will be going through and storing that? That simply means design the schema. What's going to be stored in your database? That is the most important part. Now, in this case, we're designing a database which is going to store my folders, my files, the links of the files, as well as whether they are starred or not, whether they are in the trash or not. And they're all Boolean flags, nothing more than that. In the real world application, if you have marked something as bookmark or starred, there's just a flag that is being turned on. It's a true and false value, nothing more than that. And apart from that, this schema, when it's being designed, I want a structure which is a little bit unique in its own concept. And I want schema something like this, that let's just say, for example, we have something like /document. Now inside the /document, I would say that, hey, we want to have a project or projects, whatever you like. And further down the road, inside this project folder, I would have something like resume.pdf or png, whatever you want to have. So I have something, this kind of a structure that I want to go through. So this will have project, a further structure like this, and the project will have this application. So this kind of a structure that we have. Now this is a relation. So how we are going to define the relation in Drizzle, that is also something we are going to learn. So within the very first video, you are learning about how to design schema, how to have properly configured your Neon URL or any other Postgres URL. You're also learning about Drizzle and as well as this schema structure design. A lot already, just we are getting started. So let me go ahead and walk you through that how to actually work with this. First of all, Drizzle, it's fairly easy to work on with. And before you start with the Drizzle, just create a free account on Neon. They have a pretty generous free tier, and just grab a URL. I'll walk you through how you can grab the URL from my application as well. If I just go up here onto this, let's just say I'll go to the dashboard, or if I go just purely up here, you can see I have one application being running up in my free account, and I can click on this. And once I click on this, there is this connect click, and I can click on this and just grab this URL. Just if you click on this copy snippet, which is just right here, and it will just copy this whole string. This is what we need to connect with this. Pretty simple, just sign up and just create whatever it says as the default and just grab this URL key. This will allow you to actually go ahead and look into your database and connect with this. But in order to connect with the database, we'll not be connecting through direct SQL, but we'll be using one ORM, which is Drizzle. Drizzle is really popular and really works nice. So let me just tell you how it happens and what it works. So this is your backend. So this is how we design our backend. Now your backend is 100% capable of reaching out to any database, whether that's Mongo. In our case, we are going to have a flavor of Postgres, any other database. Surely this works like that. And your backend has total capability to go ahead and talk to your database just like this. But what I really want is to make my life a little bit easier. So I will just go ahead and install an additional ORM, and this ORM can be any. This ORM lives inside your backend, and whenever I need to talk to any Postgres, I actually go ahead and talk only through the ORM. ORM gives me special libraries, special methods, which makes my life a little bit easier instead of talking directly to Postgres. Whether I have to make a connection pull request, lots of threads are connecting with the database. If I want to take care of it, it does all of that. So this is my part where I work. So that is why I need an ORM. Again, it's not really required, but it makes life a little bit easier. So with the Drizzle, you can just simply go into the get started point and you can get started with any of that. We have new database, existing database, how you would like to work with that. I would love to work with the created one that you have, but I would like to install this. So let's just see where the installation guide is, or probably I will say documentation. So Drizzle ORM, all these things, really nice. Some great documentation, example, schema. Show me the installation part, please, already. Let me just quickly find the installation part. All right, found it. Actually, I haven't looked into their documentation in a while, especially the installation part. I've done it so many times that I know it. So if you just click on Postgres or Neon or any one of them, let's click on the Neon. It says, hey, go ahead and have the .env, tsx, and Neon, whatever, all these things. And after that, this is the basic file structure that they ask you to do so. So just click on this source, whatever, how you want to do that. We will just keep everything into the lib, and then we have the DB, which has schema.ts and index.tx. They actually mention all of this. These are important files: drizzle config, schema, and index. I'll show you. I will do this. The step one is to install all of this. So the first portion is installing all of this, but with as regular dependencies, not as a dev dependencies. So I'll just go ahead and say, hey, give me Drizzle ORM, the core ORM for talking to database. Since we'll be talking to a specialized Neon database, which is serverless, we will be installing that package, and .env. For obvious reasons, we want to have a .env. Let's go ahead and create a new file in .env, as well as I'll create one more, which will be .env.sample, or rather .env, let's just call it as env sample so that I can give you all the samples. Now this is going to take a little bit while. It always does take this much while. The next thing that we need is this Drizzle kit. Probably we don't need TSX. We already are on the TypeScript land. So let's go with this. And there we go, all package installed. We're going to install the Drizzle kit as well, which is a dev dependency, which will help us just in the development. Then in the environment variable, we need the database URL. So we're going to copy this and move it into the .env. So we have the database URL. I'll copy and paste this into my sample file as well. This is where you have to paste your Neon URL. Of course, I'll not be exposing my Neon URL, but just go ahead and grab yours and just place it up there and close the file. Don't need to do anything else. And after that, it says create an index file into the source DB directory to initialize a connection. Now, this is the part where we are going to do the connection. But before that, we're going to do things our own way. Again, you can follow the line by line documentation, create a table. They also walk you through very nicely. But the first thing that I want to do is to work with nicely so that I can have my schema first, then I'll walk you through with this. This is usually my approach. I don't go with the step 3 first, which is connecting. I usually go with the step 4 first, which is creating my tables. This will help you to understand a lot. So we have this app. A lot of things are going inside the app. We are not in the app right now. I'll create a new folder just outside, not here. We'll create a folder outside of the app, and we're going to call this one as simply lib to place all of my libraries. Now inside this, we will have some of the utilities and stuff, but all the database related stuff, we're going to keep it into just a DB folder. Feel free to name it whatever I like. I'm just showing you my configuration of and my things to do. Inside this, I will create a new file. We are going to call this one as schema.ts, which is my schema file. Now inside this schema file, we're going to import some of the stuff from PG core, which is Postgres core. We are using a Neon. Neon is a version of Postgres. And we'll be needing some of the relationships as well. So let's go ahead and grab this. So we're going to go ahead and import some stuff. This is going to come up from Drizzle ORM. And not just from here, we want something from PG core. What we're going to figure out in a minute. And also we're going to need relations. Come on, relations from Drizzle ORM. So I'll just shut up my extensions of AI so that we can have a talk on what we need. Now, the first thing that you're going to need for any table is PG table. If you look at the documentation also, these are common things that you always require. PG table is one which actually helps you to create the tables. After that, whatever you need, integer, varchar, that keeps on coming, depends on what data type you're using. So the first one always to grab is PG table. And after that, whatever you need, probably we'll have some of the text to file to be inserted. We'll be needing a UUID. Feel free to have your own UUID, but whatever we need, we are going to have that. I am pretty sure we're going to need integer and we're going to need Boolean as well. So if we need anything else, we can come back and have this. Now, this is the first part where you design your database. So for this, we'll refer the documentation. Export const, whatever the table you are going for, and then the PG table, what you're going to call the table, and the properties inside the table. Pretty simple, not really that big of a deal. Let's follow the exact export const and call this one as files, which is going to come up from PG table. And we're going to call this one as files in my database. And what properties you are going to have, you just mentioned in this. Pretty simple, told you. It's not really that big of a deal. Now let's discuss about how we want it to happen in our database. The first and foremost important thing is ID. Every of the project or every row needs to have uniquely identified. For this, we're going to use UUID. And in this, I'll just mention that, hey, give the ID as UUID. This is the field. And then after putting up a dot, you see there are a lot of options that comes up. This is the way how Drizzle handles the things like how to add primary key, how to add the default values and all of that. So another thing that you're going to see is default random. So once you put the default random, it is going to generate randomly UUID keys and you can add them in the ID field. Then we have this primary key. Obviously, this is how I'm going to look up into my database and hey, based on the ID, just find me up this. So this is the basic. You will have all of this in this. Now after that, let's also store some of the basic file as well as folder information. How we're going to do that. Now, basically, there is no difference between a file and a folder. It's just how you store them, how you put properties on them. That's the most important part. So everything is going to have a name, which is going to come up from the text itself. And in that, you have to provide a property that this is going to be attached with the name itself. And only thing that I'm putting up here is not null. It cannot be empty. I forgot a comma. So it cannot be empty. After that, every single thing will have a path because we are storing everything inside the Imagekit. That is why we'll need the path. We'll store them on the Imagekit. We'll grab the values as a response and we'll insert it up here. So we're going to go ahead and text. You get the idea. We're going to call this one as path. Pretty simple, very basic. So not null just goes like this. And there we go. So forgot a comma again. So path we have. Now, let's see that can we store the size. Obviously, I would love to store the size of this. We're going to call this one as integer. There we go. And inside the integer size, you can notice the pattern here. It's not null. Not Come on, too many suggestions. Oh, it just blocks my view even. Don't allow me to type so many suggestions. Not null. There we go. So we have size. Now, the most important part that comes up is the type. What do you mean by type? First of all, it is going to be just a text, which is on the type. Now, this is where I want to mention that whether what's going to be my MIME type. Is this a file or is this a folder? This is where I store this. So I'm going to go ahead and say not null. There we go. If it is going to be, let's just say an image, I'll just store a JPG or PNG here or a PDF. And if it is a folder, I'll just name it as a folder itself. So I'll hard code a value of something like folder here. So this is how I design the database. Now let's also have some of the storage information here as well. Again, we are doing all of this in one database and surely we can have that. Still, we have just one thing. But the most important part is, despite having just one schema in itself, surely we can have a user schema and file schema separately. But just with one schema, we are going to learn something really impressive, which is self-relationship, so that we can have this kind of a relation. It's actually super easy, but hey, I'm pretty sure you are seeing it for the first time. Now, the next thing that we're going to have is the URL access. Now, surely we can have the path as well as to set that where the files or folders are. This is the full path of it. Remember, this is how we are storing, not the file. Let me just explain this. So you might be thinking, and initially the plan, and this is again right plan, that we are going to store the path inside it. That's something like Imagekit URL. Surely we can do that. But then I realized that, hey, path is really nice, but I also want to store this kind of a path, that /document/project/resume. I also need to have to show some visual hierarchy that how this is going to store. So let's scratch this. Let's not store the path here like Imagekit URL and write this for ourselves. This is going to be /document/project/resume. Something like this. We want to store it like this. And we'll keep the storage information totally separate. And we're going to call this one as file URL, just like this. This is where I would love to keep the information about the file. Again, nothing wrong in storing that way as well. So let's keep it there. And this is where I will be storing. And again, this will happen to you as well. Sometimes you think this is better approach, then you go ahead and scratch this off. And I'll just say text. This is going to be my file underscore URL. Really bad. This is going to be my file underscore URL. Again, you can name it as same, but URL to access the file. That's basically it. So URL to access file. And let's put up a comma so that it doesn't yell at me. There we go. Next thing is really optional that we'll have is thumbnail URL. Sometimes we are storing, let's just say, a video or an image. In that case, it makes sense to have it. So we'll keep it totally optional. We'll not have a not null and all of this. For this one, I think it is compulsory. So let's go ahead and say this cannot be null. So not null, just go like that. Really nice. This one is optional, so it can be totally null. That's totally okay. So thumbnail underscore URL, we'll keep it like this. And this can be null, and that is okay. Now, this is where we keep ownership information, that how this is folder, as well as we need to store the hierarchical information. For example, some of this information, like you are creating a file, a resume, that is okay. But if you're creating a new folder like document, it doesn't have any parent. But this project does have a parent. So we need to keep a track of this, that how many of them have a parent, or does this project have a parent or not. So we need to keep information of this and information about who created this. So user ID is really nice. And we're going to grab the user ID from the Clerk. That actually gives nice and easy way. We'll keep it as text, first of all, comma, text, and we'll use user underscore ID. There we go. This cannot be null. Somebody needs to create this. So there we go. Nice and easy. After this, we need to keep a track of whether this is a parent folder ID, and we're going to keep a null for the root items. So if I go, the parent of the document is null, but the parent of project is document. The parent of resume is project. So we need to keep this. And really, it's not really that big. You just have to take care about one parent. That is it. And we're going to give this each one of them a unique ID. So we can just go ahead and use UUID. This will be my parent underscore ID. Super simple. And this keeps a track of this. And I would also love to write a comment that, hey, parent folder ID, and we'll just say null for root items, any items. Probably the resume is at the very root, so that can also be there. And again, these comments actually wrap up there. So if I just go ahead and click on view and word wrap, this is how it looks like, but then it gets blocked out of my view. So that's why I keep it. It's a little difficult to actually write this way. I prefer this way, but for the videos, I have to go through like this. All right. Okay, so this is how I keep the track of the information. Now, the Boolean flags. We need to have this. So we're going to call this one as file folder flags. This is where you design basic features like clicked, marked as star, clicked, bookmarked. And later on, you can query based on this and show only those folders. So really nice, classic SQL. So we're going to go ahead and say, first of all, that is folder. So if you're marking anything as folder, that's going to be Boolean. Did we imported that? Yep. So this is going to be my Boolean. Super simple, just like this. Mark this as is underscore folder. So this, if this is a folder, and we're going to call this one as default to false, and it cannot be null. If it is there, it needs to have a value. So this is my basic is folder. I will treat everything as a file, but if this flag is on, that means this is a folder. And we will mark this is starred, is a start. So if you can use better words, I'm running out of this one. Is starred. Yeah, I think that's good. Boolean, and we'll just say is underscore starred. And this one again, by default will be false. We don't want to mark star everybody. And then we are going to have a not null. There we go. Put up a comma, that's it. And finally, we have one more feature to implement, that is trash. If some of the folders are marked as is trash, then we can just have this. Super easy. Boolean. And we'll say is underscore trash. Trashed. Whatever you like to have. And then again, default value is false. It cannot be null. If it is there, it cannot be null, just like this. So there we go. All the values are marked. Now, two more things that we would require, although it is not really important, are created at and updated at. I really love Mongoose for it because just with one timestamp, it gives me that. But in this case, we have to manually go with that. So we'll just say time stamps. Super easy. We'll just having created at, updated at. So created at, this is time stamp. We can actually have it from the Drizzle itself. Timestamp. Yeah, this is the one. Timestamp. And we'll have a created underscore at. This one is going to be default now so that we can have exactly that. Just like that. And we're going to have not null. There we go. Similarly, we'll have one more, which is updated at. Same, we'll use the timestamp. This one is going to say updated at. We'll have a default now. And after that, not null. There we go. Oops, there we go. All right, pretty simple, pretty awesome so far what we have done. And this is it. This is basic schema design that you have gone through. And again, it takes a lot of time. Sometimes I design the schema with pen and paper. It's totally okay. Take your time as much as you want. Now, the next thing that I want you to have to learn about this is how to define relations in the Drizzle. Now, defining the relation in the Drizzle, they do have really nice documentations and diagrams and whatnot. And they actually mark this somewhere here. Relation, there we go. So we have all the relation related document, that how you can have the soft relations, how we can have many to many, one to many, all these relation docs are available here. There is many to many, there is one to many, all of this you can go. Let's read a little bit about how the relation works. So this is one to many. So you just have to import relations from Drizzle ORM. Super simple. Let's try that. I'll just go at the very top. We already have imported that, haven't I? And after that, whenever you need relation, you can just define it like this: user relation, then provide the relations. Use that I want to have a relation on whatever the table I want to have. Then it is many or one-to-one, whatever your relation you want to go with that, you just put that. And then define it like this. I think this is okay-ish as an example. This is better one. So notice here we have post relations. In this we provide the relations. Then we have on the posts table, and in this you provide one to many. Which one get the one relation, which one get the many relation. That's it. And provide the fields. That is it. Yeah, this is how you define relation. What table have a relation? What is the reference in the users table, of course. And then we have the comments as this. So really super easy to work on with this. But what we're learning here is having a relationship with the own table. This is something which you rarely see. And especially in these kinds of applications, where you have just one table, this is where you learn about them. So we are going to use the same export const, and we're going to call this one as files relations. Again, we'll be using relations that we have brought in up. This one, first of all, which tables? So our table is files. Let me check that. Yes, files. And what kind of relation you want to have. So this is how you define it. So just like this, and there we go. This is the syntax. And inside this, the first parameters that we want to pass on is one, comma, many. This is the relation that I want to have. Once you have this, then inside this one, we're going to put up curly braces, hit and enter, and then define which one gets the parent relationship or which one gets the children relationship. As just we saw up here, this is the author, this is the comment. So this is what we have. Again, the reason we are calling this as parent and the children, because we have one to many, exactly same. Easiest way is to have it like this. I'll just type the code. This will make your life much easier. So this is how you define parent, and this is how you define children, just like this. Children one is super easy. We want to have one to many, and I'll just write a comment for you. Relationship to child files/folder. So for the children, we are defining a many relationship to whom? To files itself. All right, this part is easy, very basic. What we are saying is that, hey, there could be many children inside one folder. So this is what we are defining here. Really simple. There could be many files inside the folder. And in the parent, what we want to say is we have a one relationship, one to many. In the one, we are saying that, hey, in this one, we will have files as our relationship with this. But how that actually defines is really simple. You put up a curly braces as an object first. Then you simply go ahead and say the fields that I want to mark is that any of the files dot parent ID. So this is the foreign key in this table. And after this, just put up a comma, and we have a reference. I don't want to make a typo in here. This is going to be simply files.id. And yes, this is a little bit of advanced concept. So let me take a moment to actually explain this to you. So what we're going to do, we're going to write some comments which will help us not only to understand, but when you get these code files, it helps you. The most confusing part is what is parent and what is children here. So let's go ahead and write some of the comments, and I'll use this one because I want to write a lot of them. All right. So how this works is, first of all, we have this parent. What do you mean by parent having here? So what we are saying that is each file/folder can have many, no, not many, can have one parent folder. First of all, that is very true. And when we are saying that, hey, what do you mean by children? So when I say children, it simply means that each folder can have many child, which can be files or can be folder as well. I hope that is very clear. That what do you mean by parent? That each file or folder can have at a max one folder only. So your parent can only be one. It cannot be two in our hierarchy case. And children can be as many. In the folder, you can have as much as files or as many subfolders as you wish to have. Now the structure that we are doing is one to many, which is very clear now that we can have only one parent, but the children could be many. So that clears the point that we have a relationship. We want to have a relationship as one to many. That is very clear now. Now after that, what we are doing is marking these relations as parent and children, which is easier for us to refer as in the future as well. And what we are seeing here is that we want to have the fields as the files.parent ID. So if you are a parent, you should have a parent ID, or if it is null, that is also fine. And the reference that we are going is the self reference, the file reference that we are giving. So I hope this makes it almost 70 to 80% clear. Rest, as we are going to go code and more of that, it will make it more clear. Or if you have taken up my Udemy course or something, we have discussed quite these things in detail in my SQL section. But I'm sure this gives you at least 70% idea of how this is all going on. Rather, it's super easy. Now, one last thing that I will show you is the type definitions. This has nothing to do. This can be a totally super optional part. This is type definitions. This is like a really superpower of Drizzle. So let me show you what this is. So what we can do is export const, and we can define export a constant file. And this can be simply a type of files dot, and we can use this $infer insert. Yes, infer select. So what this infer select actually does, do we have a definition? No, we don't have. This has nothing to do with the database itself. It's just exporting me a variable known as file. And whenever I use this type of schema, it can just simply give me a suggestion for using this. Really, that's it. Super simple to work on with. Yes, I totally understand. What do you mean by giving us a type? It literally gives you type definition. So since we are in the TypeScript ecosystem, and Drizzle supports heavily on the types. Now there are a couple of ways how you can handle this. For example, the file is going to be a schema in itself, and it's going to have a type. And since this needs a special type, there are a lot of things like it should have an ID always. The name part is really important. The size is important. Some of the things are important, but rest of the things can be optional. So whenever I define, I need some of a type of it. And literally, this actually literally just converts everything. This is how it goes behind the scene. So behind the scene, it is going to write the definition like this. The type is going to be file. ID is going to be a type string. Name is going to be a string. Is folder is going to be a Boolean. So this part, instead of you writing yourself in your application, you can just write one line of code and it gives you this. So this is infer select. That means infer the selection which is good for me. That is all it does. So yeah, this is really fairly a new thing in the Drizzle itself. If you look at this, this is fairly new, introduced in, no, it's not really that. It was released in August 2023, fairly new compared to the database world. And you can see there are two ones, infer the select model, insert models and all of this. And yeah, literally super easy. You can have infer select or insert on all of this. This literally writes type for you. Notice here, just like this. So you can use all of this, and since we are going with this, this is the file, and we're going to have this one file for existing one. We're going to export one more. So export const, and I'll show you how we're going to use this when we actually use it. This one is going to be new file and same type of, and we're going to go ahead, files dot $infer select and infer insert. There we go. So once you have this, again, this comes directly from the documentation that, hey, now you can infer. If you want to have a types just like this, you can just have to this one, infer select, infer insert. So at the time of inserting anything in the database, or you get any value outside of it, I will mark that, hey, what's compulsory, what is not. And if you change the schema, it automatically regenerates as well. That is really awesome of them. All right, so this is pretty good. I hope you have learned a thing or two, or probably more, from this really long lecture of Drizzle. But not only that, now you have a lot more command over schema. If you look at the couple of more schema of Drizzle, you will be able to understand that. All right, so this is the part one of schema.ts. Now we want to connect with the database as well. So if I go back and click on back and probably one more back. Yeah, we need one more back. There we go. And if I just go, I probably need to go back. Yeah, Neon. We saw that we have these schema design tables and everything, but we also have a point where we actually need to connect with the database itself. Connecting with the database is actually super easy and super simple. We'll first grab this part here and I'll show you that. It's super easy. And inside the DB, we will have a new index.ts. Feel free to name this file whatever you like. So we have this one. But if you're connecting to Neon, they actually recommend these days that, hey, you can actually have this Neon, and this Neon comes from the Neon serverless. This is the one which we have already installed. No, we don't need Neon config. We just need Neon from @neon database serverless. Yep, that's the one. And what we're going to bring up is all the schema as well. We will use that in a second. So I'll just go ahead and say import everything as schema. Yes, I can write that. And that's going to come up from the current directory schema. There we go. Now, how do we connect that? Connecting is super crazy simple in this. Notice here they say db drizzle and just grab all of this. So we're going to use almost same. And Neon, they bring it up here. So we'll just say Neon. So this is the process we'll be using. db drizzle. Nah, not really. I'll use my one. That is better. All you got to do is you can grab SQL that you grab from Neon. And what Neon takes is just a URL. So you can just go ahead and say process.env.database URL. And you have to make it, yeah, we really know that it's coming up. Or do your own settings. Sometimes people do a separate index.ts where they import all of the process.env variables, check them and export them to make sure that they really are. You can use that as well. It's actually a better approach, but that's okay. And after that, what you do is one simple line. We simply go ahead and export a constant DB. And this DB is created via the Drizzle itself. So Drizzle, just like that. And the Drizzle, you say, hey, we need to pass on an SQL as well as we're going to pass on the schema as well. That is it. Just 2 lines of code. And if you need sometimes that I want to import something SQL or everything, we can actually go ahead and export the SQL as a separate object as well. And again, this is totally optional. And if you want you to have it, you can skip that as well. Now, the most important part here is why we are exporting these two things. What do the two things actually do? Now, this one here is a connection via the Drizzle itself. So everything that you do via querying the database, adding anything in the database, this is all happening through the Drizzle itself. You use all the Drizzle object. On the other hand, this SQL here is raw SQL queries. And sometimes you don't want to use Drizzle. You want to just fire the raw queries to the Neon directly. And since we have installed the Neon serverless, you can actually do that. So whenever you want to just fire up the raw queries, just use the SQL. Whenever you want to use via the Drizzle, just use the DB. And yeah, that is super simple. Now, we're not done here. We need one more step, the create step and all of this. The final step is to create a Drizzle. Oops, did something wrong. Shouldn't be doing like that. The next step is to create a Drizzle config file. And yes, this is the last. After that, we just apply the changes through the Drizzle kit and all that. We'll see that pushing the changes later on. Right now, we just want to see that how the Drizzle config.ts works. Why are you doing this to me? I just want to copy this nice and easy. There we go. Copy this. And this is the something that goes into the root of your file and folder. I'll just go ahead and create a new file, drizzle config.ts. Now, how does this config file looks like and what goes inside this? The easiest way is to just copy all of this configuration. So copy this and we'll change and we'll learn and understand from this. So first of all, we are going to say, hey, let's define the config from the Drizzle kit. That is all okay. And then you import the .env config. We don't have a .env config and everything. So we'll just rewrite this something better. So we're going to import everything as .env, which is going to come up from a default package .env, which is already present in my Next.js application. And after that, we simply go ahead and load if there are environment variable from .env local or something. So let's go ahead and load this again. There could be different variation and version of it. I'll just say, hey, let load the config, and let's make it nicer. In this application, we're not going to be using directly the env, but rather let's just use a path which says I want to first use .env.local because I'm developing application locally. If you don't want to use that, just skip this line. Hey, I want to use directly .env, then just say, hey, path is .env. That is it. But we are going to use a localized version. Let me also go ahead and create that. So we'll be using .env.local, and this is where all of my variables are going to live. So I'll just go ahead and copy this and paste this. Sometimes people use the local configuration, production configuration, and different configurations. That is totally okay, totally normal. Now we're going to go ahead and say that just after this, if you're not able to load the database URL, we want to just completely run away. So we're going to say if there is no process.env dot database URL, then we simply go ahead and don't want to proceed. So we're going to go ahead and say throw new error, which says database URL is not set in .env.local. Pretty nice and easy. Now after that, what it says that, hey, where are all the files? Where do you want to export the things and all of that? I usually keep my schema file at the very top because this is the first thing that I want to see. My schema file is not inside the source DB and all of that. I am keeping this inside the lib. In the current directory, go inside the lib. Inside the DB, you're going to find schema.ts. This configuration file is how Drizzle goes into your application and load up all the data and push some of the data. So schema is inside the lib DB schema. Where do you want output file? What do you mean by output file? Drizzle behind the scene is going to write a lot of SQL queries, and it is going to give you all the output of the SQL queries. It's like a migration file. Where do you want to keep this? I want to keep it inside the current directory, and we're going to keep all of this into the Drizzle folder. So it's better actually that you go ahead and create an empty folder with the name of Drizzle. And since this is an empty folder, I would love to create a file inside it, and we're going to call this one as git keep so that it always is there. Good practices, nothing big deal. After that, what dialect you are using. Neon itself gives you a Postgres dialect, but feel free to change and modify it however you want. And that's a good part of documentation. Since I clicked on the Neon, it gives me all the things pre-filled for me. Now after that, it gives, hey, how we're going to connect with the DB. So DB credentials are actually in the URL itself. So just go ahead and load the DB URL. And that's it, how we're going to keep that. Now, apart from this, there are a couple of more configurations that you can do, and I'll walk you through them now. This is optional. This one alone, this one is going to work, but I want you to learn more about it. There's also a migrations objects or migration configuration that you can add. The first one is for the table itself, that how this is going to work. I want that all of my table is going to be having __ drizzle _ migration. So when it's going to do the migration, it's going to keep all the files and tables with this name. I'll show you, then later on it becomes easier to understand, but just wanted to show you. Now also, how do you want the schema to be? Again, there are many options available in this one. So if I just go ahead and say, I'll show you later on how it works actually. Just wanted to show you that, okay, this exists. Just trust the process. And eventually when we actually run it through it, I'll show you all the files and folders. All right, deal. That's a deal. Apart from this, you can also make verbose as true. So it will show you all the things that's doing behind the scene, all the migrations and everything. Also, you can go ahead and have a strict. What it does, it doesn't stop you from doing anything. It just asks you a pop-up that, hey, should I really do it? That is all it does. So it's not really strict. It's not going to stop you from doing anything foolish. We all do that. But yeah. So this is the part where you simply go ahead and work with the schema. So we have worked with the schema, we have worked with the how to make connection, how to work with the configuration, set up the URL. And now the final and the last thing is how we are going to modify some of our scripts into the package.json. This is the final part of Drizzle. So we have a lot of scripts already, and some of the scripts we are going to add, which is going to come up from the Drizzle kit. Remember? We installed the Drizzle kit as the dev dependency. So this is where they comes helpful. This is like nodemon. So the first which you usually see is db::push. So anything how we're going to push through the database. For this, all you got to do is say, I'll show you two variants of it. First one, you just say DrizzleKit. Just go ahead and push. Sometimes in the older application, older version, you're going to see DB push DB, this colon DB. Sorry, not DB, I guess PG, yeah, post PG. So it pushes in the Postgres database. But now in the newer version of Drizzle, they says, hey, you just have to do this and that's it. We're going to take care of this. Now, similarly to this, you also have the DB colon studio. So you don't need to go all the time inside the Neon database. You can just fire up a studio and it works there. So all you have to do is just say DrizzleKit, open up the studio. It will open up in the browser URL and you can see all of the database table just right there. Another thing that you're going to see is generate. This is the most important command. Now Drizzle not only actually pushes your code and schema, all of that, it actually creates a client for you, and that client will help you to talk to your database, have suggestions and everything. This client actually comes in a variety of formats, TypeScript, JavaScript, but Drizzle actually does everything in TypeScript. So feel free to run this command. If you're not getting suggestion, this is the command that you want to run again. All the time, whenever you say files dot, you'll see all the fields. If you're not able to see, generate this again. And last but not the least is finally the migration command. So migrate. DrizzleKit again will be responsible for migrating it. So again, how do we migrate it? This is where something important comes up. I guess we have the TSX installed. If not, we'll just go ahead and install this. This is where you have to mention that, hey, source slash lib slash db slash migrate.ts. I guess we don't have TSX. Oh, we didn't install it. We should have. npm install TSX. Oh, that should be -d. Invalid package name. Oh, we need to actually remove this first. We are actually having this. So I'll just go ahead and remove this. We'll come back onto this one when we have the migration actually. So we'll, oh, I shouldn't be having a source. No, we can have it source. No, we can't. We just need to go directly into the lib, all that. So we'll work on this one, but just to show you that, yes, we are still remaining with the one command. Let me go ahead and see this in the docs first. Oh, really, my bad. I was writing at the totally wrong place. Shouldn't be writing this. Let's cut all of this. Super bad. Shouldn't be happening like that. These are all the scripts. Happens sometimes when you teach and type at the same time. Really bad. Shouldn't be happening that way. So I'll just go ahead and say DrizzleKit is already installed. We'll just go with the TSX. I actually copied this directly from here. Yeah, we'll have the TSX. All right, so TSX is here. Let's go ahead and grab this. Finally, let's write the migration script. And let's call this one as migration, migrate. Yeah, looks good. And here we are going to just mention the path to the migrate.tsx. And yes, we will be writing one more file that how the migration should happen. We haven't written this, so we're going to just go ahead and comment this out. We can't comment it actually. We need to work on that how the migration needs to happen. It's not really a big deal. It just you bring up the files and the configuration from the Drizzle and then you write it. Let me find the documentation for it and let's write it together. All right, so something really interesting just happened in the Drizzle. I wasn't much aware of it. So now actually I can just go ahead and I just saw in the documentation. Now I can just run npx drizzlekit and migrate. That's really nice. I can just go ahead and migrate anything directly. I don't have to write the commands and everything. But still, I would like to show you what happens under the hood. They actually mention this in the documentation that, hey, what happens under the hood when you work with this. So you can just go ahead and expand this. And what it does, it reads through the migration folder and whatnot. You can just go ahead and study more about it. I think this is really interesting of a documentation and I studied it. I'll show you that how we can write our own custom migrations instead of using npx drizzlekit migrate. You can surely do that and I'm pretty sure you will love to do that. But what we're going to do is we're going to write our own custom migration. Let me show you. That's actually interesting. It's actually super easy. So we are going to go ahead inside the DB. Let's create this one. And I'll just call this one as migrate.ts. So this is my migration file. And we will be importing some of the interesting things. Drizzle actually gives you this migrator. So we're going to go ahead and say import migrator, migrate, Yes, there is migrate and so many of them. I guess this is the one, Neon serverless migrator. Yeah, this is the one that is useful for us. We also need Drizzle. So we're going to go ahead and say Drizzle, and that's going to come up from Drizzle ORM slash Neon HTTP, because we are connecting with the HTTP. All right. And we also need a Neon. I'll show you why we need all of this in just a second. And we're going to need that with the @Neon database serverless. There we go. Let's also import the .envs as well while we are here. Everything as .env from .env. All right. Now what happens is, first of all, what we want to do is same thing which we did inside the index. If we don't have this, so import this. If we don't have the database environment, let's go ahead and close this. So let me go ahead and where we are having this, not here, drizzle config. Yep. So this is what we wrote. We're going to copy this into the migrate. This is just a safety check that if we don't find the database URL or something, then it's okay. We don't want to proceed further. And we're going to write a simple custom migration function. And you'll be surprised to know that how easy it is. We're going to go ahead and say this is going to be my classic async function. We're going to call this one as run migration. Once we have this function, we don't need any parameter at all from this. It's just a try catch wrapper, and the end of it, we don't even need to export it. We're just going to go ahead and say run migration. That's it. Now what happens inside this? It's actually super easy. It'll be fun to see. We just have a try catch block. In the try part, first of all, let's grab the SQL and DB, just like we had previously. So this one is SQL that comes from the Neon. That's why we got the Neon on the very first place. This comes up when you go ahead and say process.env.database URL. And we know very sure that the database URL is coming up. And let's initialize the connection. Whenever you initialize the connection, you do it through the drizzle, just like this. And inside this, you pass on an SQL. And we're going to say, let's call this one as DB because this is our DB initialize connection. All right, this part is all done. Now, in order to run the migration, this is all it takes. Yeah, migrate. So this process takes time. We are going to await this. We're going to say migrate. How you're going to migrate? This is where you pass on two things. The connection string. Hey, this is how we connect with the Neon database, and where the migration needs to go. So the migration folder where you want to keep it. I want to keep all of this as previously discussed inside the /drizzle. This is give me all the migration files, all the SQL related file comes up here. And after this, all you got to do is why are you having the issue? Argument db type session. Surely this should be all okay. All right, fix the bug. It was a little tricky. I was doing this. So Neon serverless some places, and some places I'm using HTTP. So the drizzle and migrate needs to come from the same place. Neon could be on the serverless, that is okay. But I was taking Neon, this one drizzle from HTTP, this one on serverless, which is not true. We should have both of them coming up from the same one. Either use HTTP or the serverless, and then it makes all good sense. All right, fairly easy to solve compared to other bugs that we usually face. And once we have this, let's go ahead and have a console log that, hey, all migrations are successfully done. So we're going to just go ahead and say console log, and we'll say all migrations are successfully done. I'll update these messages nicely. And let's also have a duplicate of this and move this into this catch part. And apart from this, we are going to exit the process if migrations are not done properly. So we're going to say process.exit, and we're going to exit with error code 1. And then we run the migration. Once we have this script, now surely you can run this without this script as well, but this is what happens behind the scene as well. Now I can simply go ahead into my package.json file and can have the migration, my custom own script, which can just like run like this. And we'll put up a comma here, and we'll say we can have a migrate db:migrate. And since this is a TypeScript, this needs to run with the TypeScript. So tsx is going to run this. And we're going to say in the current directory, go inside the lib, then go to /db/migrate.ts. And that's it. You have to run this file and it is going to run the migration for me. Surely, there is no hard and fast. I just thought this will be cool. But if you want to run it and you have this much of configuration all done, you don't need to write a migration file, I guess. And again, we need to check this again, because behind the scene, this migration, this whole thing is done for you by this migrate command by the Drizzle kit itself. You can use that. Or if you want to extract and have some custom migration, you want to see the code and whatnot, just bring this migrate, which is living inside both serverless migrator as well as Neon HTTP migrator. So a lot of inside stuff that you are learning. I'm pretty sure you are enjoying that part. And with this, I can say happily that all of your Drizzle kit is all done. And where we are right now, let's see that. So we have learned quite extensively about the Drizzle kit, a really unique use case of how it's being used. And we are now able to talk with our Postgres. And for the Postgres, what we are using here is Neon, which is kind of a serverless database. And what we are using here is Drizzle. So great information, great update within just a few parts of the video. And we have learned about the documentation, schema, structure. And I'm pretty sure if you'll study and spend probably 15-20 minutes with this schema, you will learn great extent on how it's being done with the schema. So that is my whole goal. The goal of this entire video series is to make sure that you understand things nicely and easy way. That is it for this. Let's move on to the next section where we're going to take another part of this. The database part and the connection part is over. Let's move to the next segment of this video. Hey there everyone, and welcome to, again, continuation of the video for you. So in this one, this section, we're going to go ahead and walk through with the Drizzle what went ahead, and finally we'll just try to push it on our database. I'll not be showing you my environment variables there, and a couple of stuff that you should really know about Drizzle. Then we are going to move into the Zod ecosystem. Now Zod is a validation library. There are a lot of pages which requires validation both at the front end and back end, and Zod helps you to just validate the things. There are a couple of interesting things that I have put up as an example for you, and you will absolutely love them. So without further ado, let me share the screen and let's go up there. All right, so here we are on the page itself. So just go with this. What do we have here is the same. We have the schema, same stuff. We have discussed that. We have migration as well. Exactly same what we had previously. And the index file which helps you to connect with the database. That is it. Simple, easy stuff. Just added a nice messages in case there is an error or something like that goes on. So after that, the things are pretty easy. All we got to do is we did set up in the package.json our scripts. So this is the right point where you have to write them. So this is the scripts that we wrote just a moment ago. The first one being a push, which helps you to push the things in the database. But before pushing this, what we need is to generate this, all of this. If you want to generate something which helps you to use the Drizzle, most of the time you will start with the migrate. So when you want to push in the database, the two commands which are useful for you are db-migrate and db-push. db-migrate actually works through our own customized migration. If you don't have customized migration, you can directly write Drizzle kit migrate, and that also works fine. But in case you want to push this, you can just go ahead and work with this. So I'll just walk you through with the commands, how it goes and how it works. So we're going to go ahead and say npm run, and then we have to say db-migrate, db:migrate. Once you do this, this is actually going to go ahead and create a migration file for you. All migration done. Once you are going to see the migration, this is how it migrates into the Drizzle file. And this is something that we have mentioned inside the Drizzle config file, that hey, whenever you do the migration, just use the output in the Drizzle folder. So inside the Drizzle folder, you're going to see this Drizzle whole SQL that, hey, this is the file that I want to create. And this is the only migration file. So as I mentioned, Drizzle is just an ORM layer which helps you to write, which writes SQL on your behalf. Once you're done with this, then just go ahead and say, hey, we want to push. So in that case, just say db-push. And again, we wrote our own commands just like this. And sometimes you might see this error that can only connect to the remote SQL via the WebSocket. So they actually want you to connect with the WebSocket using the serverless. And it is totally fine. Just don't worry about the warning. They will still push into the database. For me, it's no changes because I have already pushed the changes. But if you see this, don't you worry anything. They actually don't want us to connect via HTTP because our environment variable is something Postgres, something like this, which we got from that string. And where we are connecting with the database, we are actually connecting with the Neon HTTP. They actually prefer to connect via the WebSocket, WS layers, and serverless, but we are okay with that. Both options are absolutely fine. Nothing to be worried on that part. All right, so this is how we actually push everything. A pretty straightforward approach from here. You don't do all the things again. Every time you need anything new, you just go into the schema file and create new schemas. We are exporting the files, but if you need more, you can just go ahead and create more schemas and more relations, just like that. The next thing that we're going to do is we are going to install Zod. So let me just go ahead and install this. So npm install Zod. We'll study the Zod documentation, but one thing I would like to mention it here very explicitly is once I go into the package.json, I see that the Zod is 3.24. I highly recommend you to stick into the 3.any version. So in case you want to install something like this, one easy way to install is Zod @ 3.x. So it will install the latest version of the 3 Zod. Why I'm saying all of this? Because if you go onto the Zod website, you'll see that the Zod 4 is now in beta. We have to study the documentation that what enhancement they are bringing up, and I'm pretty sure there might be little minor here and there changes. But what we are going to do is we are going to just work with the 3 schema, and I'm pretty sure the ecosystem or how it works is almost exactly same. All right, quite a lot of stuff. Now let's go ahead and create a fresh folder where we are going to keep our schemas, especially Zod schema. So we are going to call this one as schemas. Again, these are not your Drizzle schemas, they are database schemas. These are Zod schema. So we'll do 2 types of the schema for you to understand it, and then you can write as much as you like. So I'll just go ahead and call this one as a signup schema and .ts, of course. And once you understand the signup schema, the sign-in schema writing and all other writing schema is super easy. So let me walk you through. First of all, we import everything as Z from Zod. This is a standard practice. If you're going to see their documentation, you're going to see it is exactly there. Now, what you do after that is you simply go ahead and create objects from your schema. So I'll just snooze this, my AI extension. And this is how we do that. So export const and then name up your schema so that you can actually go ahead and import this. This is my signup schema and you can use it wherever you like. In my case, I'll just go ahead and say Z and I'll just say dot object and that's it. In this object, you define that what properties I'm expecting to have. So let's just go ahead and move this on to the next line so it looks nice. And after that, we will have multiple fields in the signup that all field you mention. For example, email, how the email will be validated. Email will be again validated by Z or the Zod. It has a lot of features, like it should be a string. So once I put the string, just put up these parentheses that, hey, this will be now a string. It will automatically validate, hey, then my schema in the email should be a string. We'll just move it up here. Now, once it is there, then we can also mention the minimum and maximum email validation and whatnot. So for example, if I want to validate that it should have a minimum of 1 character, I can just do that. Optionally, I can pass on the message as well that it goes like this, message. And we'll say email is required. There we go, super easy. After that, we can check for the email. No need to write the classic regex or the regular expression. It just automatically does that for you. And I can just go ahead and provide a simple message just like this. And we can say, please enter a valid email. As you can see, this is super easy, nothing much. And yes, it is exactly like that. And after that, we can have other fields. For sure, we will have other fields like we'll have the password. Again, same strategy goes Z dot and whatever you want to have in this. We want the password to be a string and forgot a comma. There we go. And usually this is how it actually looks like. So we have a string. Then what is the minimum and maximum that you want to follow up? So minimum 1 and we'll have a message just like this. And we'll say password is required. There we go. After that, we can simply go ahead and say we can have a minimum of 1 character. Then we can also put up a minimum here. So this minimum dot min again, and I'll show you what does this mean. I'll say that 8, and now I can say here a message password should be minimum of 8 characters. So first of all, the validation will go through with here. So if this is required, at least one character is there. If it is not having one character, it will show this error. If it is at least one character but not 8 character, then it will go here and we'll check for this validation. And surely after that, we can have more fields. We will have one more field, and this is very interesting where I want to show you something interesting part. I'll put up a comma here. And this one will be password confirmation. Password confirmation. This is very interesting, and I want to bring this up specially here. First of all, let's just go ahead and have a string, and we're going to just move it up here. There we go. This is string, and we are going to just go ahead and copy this and paste it up here. And looks like it messed up. There we go. There we go. Looks up. Auto indentation happens. So there we go. So we have password is required. So we'll say, instead of this, we'll say different message. Please confirm your password. All right. So the interesting part is now that we have these two things, the password and password confirmation. Password obviously goes through with a variety of confirmation phases, but the password confirmation has just two phases, that it is a string and it has this minimum validation. But there is no way to match that the password should be actually equal to the password confirmation. This is where you learn something interesting about Zod, which is very less discussed in the tutorial, but when you do things in the production, you will find this pretty common. So what you can do is just after this, once you have this object, the whole object, once you have this one, after that, you can actually use a method refine, which is very interesting. You should really go ahead and study about it. One use case that we do up here inside the refine is it takes two thing as a parameter. The first one being is the method itself. We call this as predicate function, and another one is configuration. So how does this work? Predicate function actually gets all the data that is stored inside the object. So you just go like this, and there we go. And surely there are a lot more things that can happen here. And then the second one is an object that you have to pass on just like this. Now in this, what we want to do is that we will get all the data here. Instead of doing this, we'll just go ahead and say that data.password. So all the above object is called as data should be equal to data.password confirmation. So this is where this policy needs to check, and this needs to be accurate. If it is not, then in the config, you can provide couple of parameters, or you can set couple of properties. The first one being message, which is very common. So in the message, we can just go ahead and say password do not match. There we go. Now up till this here, it is all okay. You don't need to add any extra field, but there is also one more field. Now whenever you'll be using these Zod, they will come from an input field in our React hook form. So you can show this error wherever you like. For example, in the password field, automatically these error will be shown. In the password confirmation, if anything goes wrong, these error will be shown. But for the refine, you have to explicitly mention that whether it should go at the very top in the global or have to go in a particular field. I want that this message should go as the error field in a particular path. And that's what the name of the property is, path. We simply go ahead and say where this needs to go. So in this, we'll just go ahead and say this password confirmation, and this needs to be a string. So there we go. That's it. So I hope you understand this. This is very rarely discussed, and if you find this interesting, please do leave me a comment. I would love to see that, yeah, we actually are learning quite a lot in this one. All right. So this is all majorly how you define all of your Zod schemas. I'll just create one more so that it cement our memory here. I'll just call this one as sign in schema, and I'm pretty sure after watching me writing sign in schema, you'll be able to write all of this on your own. So import everything as Z from Zod. And again, the method is same. We just go ahead and say export const sign in, oops, should be lowercase, sign in schema. There we go. And we simply go ahead and say, hey Zod, we want to create an object for you. This is how it goes. And we'll just go ahead and work like this. And we're going to call this one as identifier. And again, it can be called anything, email as well. We'll just call this one as identifier. I'll show you the reason because we have to work with the clerk, so identifier makes much more sense. And this should be a string, just like this. And of course, I would love to move this to the next line, just like this. Makes me easier to read. And then we're going to go with the same process. We'll have a minimum of 1. If it is not 1, then we are going to go ahead and have a message that says email or username is required. Whatever you are working on with, that is totally fine. After that, we're going to go ahead and say, let's validate it for email because our validation is for email. Then we should not actually have a username. Makes sense. We'll just go like this, email, and we'll just go ahead and have a message which says, please enter a valid email. Looks okay. And after that, put up a comma and add another field, in this case, which will be password, just like this. Z will have a object, which will be a string, just like this. And as you know me, I would love to move this to the next line, just like this. And we'll have the same properties. It should have a minimum of 1, which goes like this, which says message password is required. And we'll have one more, which is minimum. And we know that we are storing the password of the 8 characters. So same message can go up here as well, which can say password must be at least 8 characters. And there we go. All right. So as you can see, if the refine is required, we add that. If it doesn't require, that is okay. And that's it. That is all there in the Zod. Now, just before we end up this section, I would highly recommend you to read the documentation of the Zod. So I'll just move it here so that we can see it all. And here as well. There we go. So in the Zod, you can simply see that there is an announcement, documentation, and website and whatnot. We do have this Zod.dev. Everything happens through here. On the left side, you see all the documentation. So object, shape, key, extend, merge, strict, catch all, arrays. There's a lot of validation that you can work on with. And schema methods are parse. Like there's a lot to learn here. I haven't gone through with every documentation, but if you go into the installation part, it's pretty simple. You can just go ahead and say npm install Zod, which is what we did. And that's it. Here they actually mention the basics usage. So wherever we create the schema, sign in schema, sign up schema, that's a common thing. We call everything as schema. This one just validates the string. Then we simply go ahead. We will work through with the parse and safe parse and whatnot and all of this. But this is the basic usage. Username, actually I have mentioned more better than this. But after this, what you have to go is just find out the different ways of validating. So for example, you want to validate something as string, number, boolean, date. You just come up here, search for it, and eventually you will find it, and that is it. That is all it takes to work with the Zod. So I hope this section was absolutely clear to you. And in any of the project future on, you can actually create the Zod schemas. How to use them, I'll walk you through in the React hook forms section, where we are going to utilize the Clerk as well. Let's go ahead and catch up in the next section. All right, welcome to this section or this video where we are going to learn about how we can use Next.js, Zod, React hook form, as well as Clerk for your authentication. And we're not going to be using Clerk with their Clerk branding. We are going to show you that how you can use Clerk with your own custom branding. There will be no mention of the Clerk itself, but behind the scene we'll be using Clerk. User will never know it, and you will have full control over how your website and sign up page and everything looks like. So whether you're watching this video in the complete section, the complete video where I'm putting this up, or I'm putting this up as a separate video, this will be a complete guide. You will absolutely love this. Not only that, the way we are going to design this application or the component is such a nice and elaborative way that you can put this into a separate page, it will work fine. You can put this into a pop-up, it will work absolutely fine. Not only that, I will walk you through that how you can sign up a user using Clerk, and when the Clerk sends the OTP, how in the same page you can actually grab that OTP, and once user insert the OTP, you will be able to validate that OTP right there. Yes, there's a lot in this video, and we're going to have so much fun while building with this one. And I'm pretty sure if you're going to enjoy this, you're going to leave me a comment that, hey Tesh, we enjoyed this section. That is all I'm asking. So let me take you on the screen and walk you through with the process of how this actually is being done. So the step one is obviously to go ahead and sign up on the Clerk. So Clerk, in case you don't know, it's a pretty awesome service. We use it quite a lot in our production as well. So Clerk is the most comprehensive user management platform, whether you're building up or doing anything kind of a SaaS, when the time you are validating the idea, you should not actually put too much of stress into just authenticating the user and managing the users. The whole idea is people will not be paying you for the authentication. People will be paying you for the ideas, the business solution that you're working for. So a lot of for us, we actually manage it through the Clerk itself. They have a pretty generous free tier plan here. 10,000 monthly active users, not the users, monthly active users is pretty insane, and I'm pretty sure everybody will be able to monetize their product after this. So go ahead, sign up, and once you are signed up, then just go ahead and create an application. Now, in this case, I actually have a lot of application going up. As you can see, we use this quite a lot in our internal tools, admins, and whatnot. This one is just create a Droply. No need to do anything. Once you are done with this, come up into the configuration, and this is where I want to show you. This is the default configuration. I haven't touched anything. By default, whenever you actually use this, what Clerk gives you is anybody can sign up with the email. Not only that, they also turn up a couple of authentication strategies. The first one being passwords. So user will be able to set up the password in their account and then will be able to log in into their account. Not only that, they also gives you email verification code. So Clerk on your behalf will send a verification code to the user's inbox, and inside that inbox, they will get the code, and then you have to put up some placeholder where they can put this code and send this verification to the Clerk, and they will validate whether the code was accurate or not. This is what we have to go through with this one. So this is all the setup. This is a default one, and surely you can actually go ahead and use more SSO connection if you have this one, more providers if you want to use them. There is more flow that we can go with this. My job and my role in this video is to make sure that you understand this flow, because this is a really unique flow where you get a lot of control of your UI, your colors, your scheme, however you want to have the sign up page. Apart from this, just in the previous video, we saw how the Zod is integrated. Let me walk you through quickly. So we created two schema. The most important schema for us is the Zod. So take a look on this. This is how we did. I explained this in detail, won't be doing this again. This is it. Just grab this schema. Now, coming up on to the most important part is we'll be creating one more folder here on the components. You can create pages as well, no problem there. First of all, let me just go ahead and add a component. Components would be good. And we'll be creating just a component, call this one as a new file, and this one is going to be sign up, or this one should be better, sign up form.tsx. So this is going to be a TypeScript component. Now, not only this, we will be of course using Zod, but for this to handle the form, I would love to use the React hook form. Surely you can use other forms, or if you don't like, you don't use just any form. But React hook form actually makes it a little bit easier for me to handle the things when we have multiple things, input boxes and all of that. I'll copy this, and first of all, let's go ahead and install this, and surely you can install it from wherever you like. For me, it's easier to just say npm install React hook form, just like that. Again, if you wish to install from other places, just go ahead and use that. And there we go. And apart from this, we also have some of the resolvers here. Let me quickly go ahead and check them. Had to search a little bit, but yes, they are there. So this is where they say that, hey, you can install the React hook form resolver is yup. One of them is yup. I'm not going to be using yup in this case. I'll be using another one, which is, it's not mentioned, but it's actually Zod. So I can just go ahead and copy this and copy. And instead of this one, yup is also a pretty good one, but we're using Zod in this case. So I'll just go ahead and say that, hey, we are going to use a resolver, which is going to be Zod. So let's just go ahead and install this. And let's see in the package.json what happened. So there we go. We have React hook form, Zod was already there, and we have resolver as well. So hook form resolvers, and we will be using resolver as Zod. That is it. All right, let's go into the sign up form and let's see how we're going to use this one. Now, since this is going to use some of the front end components from the Clerk itself, it is a best practice that we go ahead and use the client. Otherwise, it was going to throw you error. We're going to use some of the states, and all these components actually comes up in the client side of the Next.js. So we first have to go with this. Now, apart from this, we'll be using the React hook form. So let's just go ahead and import use form. Rest of the things can come on the go. I'll not be focusing on much the UI part of it. I'll keep it absolutely raw, but I'll still walk you through with this. So I'll just go ahead and say React hook form. This is important. Another thing that's important for us is to have some of the things which we'll bring from the Clerk itself. Let's go into the Clerk, and I guess the documentation. So let's just go ahead and quickly Google that. Clerk, docs, Next.js. They have a pretty straightforward approach. So this is quick start guide. And the step one is create next app. We have already created. We have to install Clerk Next.js. Let's copy this and come back here. And again, I'll be following exact documentation so that you can repeat my steps. The step one is to have the Clerk Next.js. Then it says add Clerk middleware and all these things. We will do that. I will walk you through with the cautions of middleware as well. This is not the part where it is important. Clerk provider, yes, I will walk you through with the provider as well. We will be doing that. And that's it. They say, hey, this is the step one. This is the easiest guide to have this installation and everything. Literally, you can set up the middleware and have use their own components like sign in buttons and all of that. And it actually gives you the whole UI as well. We just don't want to do that. We want to have our own custom UI for this one. Now, in order to do so, I have to bring in a method use signup, which is a hook from the Clerk Next.js. So I'll just go ahead and say import. And this one is use sign in, and there is a sign up. We are working on sign up. So let's just go ahead and grab this. And that is it. That is all we need. Let's import Z as well for validation. Z from Zod. So we'll be using the validations and all of that. Rest of the things, whatever we need, we can actually bring them up whenever we need that. Now, the most important part is, first of all, let's bring the schema. So we wrote some schema for the sign up. We need to bring this one as so that we can use them for the validation. So I'll just go ahead and say import. This one is sign up schema. There we go. And we'll just mark it as Zod schema, Zod custom schema. We wrote this. And then finally, the most important part is export default function. This is going to be sign up form. And feel free to inject this form wherever you like. There we go. That is all it takes. Now, the step one is to decide that which component do we want to return. We cannot just go ahead and return that. We have two things that we are doing at the same time in this application. The first one is submitting the form, which is user sign up. And the second one is verification when the user adds the OTP. So for this, two methods will be used, obviously. So we'll have, first of all, on submit. Feel free to call this method whatever you like. This is where we'll just initially say, hey, this is classic on submit. We'll have the async method and async just like this. And we'll probably use arrow functions in this one. There we go. Another method that we are going to have, just like the on submit, is going to be handle verification submit. So there are two submit that are going on submit. There we go. So we are at least putting up a boilerplate, and this is how you'll be doing the boilerplate as well. Now we have two conditions, and from where this condition actually comes up. So whenever you do a sign up, you will be doing the sign up using this use sign up method. And this is a hook. We need to understand that how to destructure this hook. Pretty easy. So we'll have this use sign up just like this. And when we actually go ahead and destructure this hook, we actually get three things in it. And you can read in the docs as well, go up with that. The first one is sign up. We'll show you how this method actually works. Then we have is loaded, which is a Boolean that indicates whether Clerk has completed initialization and all of that. So if Clerk is processing something, this is something that you get up there. So is loaded. And then this is set active. Now set active is going to give you, this is the one. So a function that sets the active session. So if everything goes good, you can set up an active session, and later on you can take some data from this active session that, hey, whether user is signed in or not. So we'll be using this one as well. This is how you destructure that. Now, the most important part that we have here is a couple of more things we can do is sign. All right, a little bit of an itchy throat. Now we are back up here. Okay, so what we're going to do here in this is we'll use this sign up, and this sign up comes with a lot of methods. One of them is prepare email address verification. That's a long name of this. So this method simply takes your email and password and all the confirmation password, whatever you have, sends it to the Clerk. Now, the moment it sends it to the Clerk, Clerk on its own will initiate a verification process of sending the OTP. So as soon as that method is active, we'll create a state for this, which will help us that, hey, whether the verification is going on or not. And based on that, we'll render some of the HTML elements. So let's go ahead and create a state for this. And this actually is something that we have to manually do. So const, and let's just call this one as verifying. Looks good. Set verifying. And this is going to be classic use state from the React. Initially, it's going to be false. You are not verifying right now. So now that you have once this access to this state, based on this, we can actually show the component. So let me walk you through. This is the most interesting part. So if we are verifying, that means we are going to return a component that, hey, the verifying is true. That means we are showing you the card that, hey, verify this email. So we'll show you a component of OTP kind of a thing. I will not do it right away, but I'll show you later on that how you can build this component. It's just a simple form which have input fields and that's it. So here I will just put up an H1 as of now. This is email, not email, OTP entering field would be good. Entering field. You get the idea what this is. And in all the other case, what we are doing is we are simply going ahead and saying return. And in this case, we are doing is complete sign up form. So I'll just put up an H1 here, just a basic, not verification, sign up form with email and other fields. You get the idea. There we go. So this is the strategy that we have right now. All right. So the most important part is we'll be loading a lot of data from the React hook form. I will walk you through that, how this is being done and how it can be utilized. But first of all, these are the only thing. Now, next up, what we want to do is we want to go into the React hook form. You can actually read this documentation. They actually mention all these things right up here, that how this needs to be done. You can actually create this register, handle submit, all of the things, form, all of this. I'll walk you through in a much easier way. You can actually go ahead and use this one as well, but I'll walk you through that how this is being done. All right, so we'll just go at the very top. This is the React hook form. So first of all, what we do here is we simply go ahead, just like as mentioned in this, we'll just go ahead and say there will be a register method. There will be a handle submit. This is going to be the method. And we'll also have the form state. And this is going to have all the errors. And again, errors. There we go. Again, this is all mentioned up here right away. Notice here we have the form state error. We have watch modes and whatnot, but this is form state errors. I'm doing exactly what they are doing. After that, I'll just say equal and use form. In this, I will add all these inputs and all of that. Instead of the input, I will use a little bit of a different method because I want to use the schema. And after that, we'll just use almost the same kind of a thing. All right. So this is what we have. And after this, just go up here and we'll say use form. This is the one that we are bringing up. Now, instead of just directly using the use form, surely we can just go ahead and use it like this. Totally valid. And actually they have mentioned this up here. So this is the use form. You can provide what kind of data is coming inside the form. And after that, you simply run the method, whatever you want to do inside it, pass on resolvers and whatnot. Now, if I go ahead and show you resolver, notice here, they actually changed this a little bit here. Now the resolver is yup resolver, have to pass on the schema. So in this case, we will pass on our Zod schema. So this use form, we come up here, put up that, hey, some data is coming up. The data is going to come up from Z, which the resolver that we are using. And in this, we are using infer, a method. And further, we have to add the type. So this one will be of type of, and then call up sign up schema, whatever the schema you are going up, sign up schema. That is it. This is a clear indication that this form will have the Zod schema validation. Now, once we are done with this, then we have to actually overwrite some of the errors and method with the Zod itself. So we will explicitly mention that, hey, what resolver you are using? We are using Zod resolver. So we have to mention this Zod resolver. Nice. Oh, nice. We have imported that automatically. Oh, we have Zod resolver here. Pretty good. This is exactly what I wanted. So we have Zod resolver. What schema we are actually providing this? Because Zod can have many schema. So the schema that we are providing is sign up schema. There we go. This is all good. Then we have to provide just one more thing, which is really last. And don't worry, it looks too much, but it is not. The last field is the default values. Each of the input fields that you're going to have, what is the default value they have so that I don't run my schema on that default values. And there we go. So we'll have an email field. I'll very soon add that. We will have a password field. This is the default value. And we have password confirmation, which is having a default field. All right, this itself looks a lot initially. And for the very first time when I did, I was also like, oh, this is too much that's going on. But once you start using it, you will realize that adding more field is actually super easy. We have just password confirmation. I can literally just copy paste this in any other file, in signup, sign in, whatever I like. And this is not too much. It looks a lot, but it is really not that much of a lot. All right. So what we're going to do is, and by the way, this handle submit is just a property in which you mention that, hey, where all of my data needs to go. So in the handle submit, when we create the form, we will say that, hey, all the form will go to the on submit. All right. So this part is all done. Now let's, since we know that this type of data actually comes up, what kind of data will come in the on submit? We know this. This will be data. And this data will have a type. We know this already now. We have done it once. Z.infer, what type of data is coming up? We'll say type of, and we'll say sign up schema. There we go. Now this also knows that, hey, what type of data is coming up. Again, this is all TypeScript stuff. If you don't like it, that is okay, but you should like it. All right, now let's go ahead and see that how this on submit can actually work. Now, first of all, we know that a lot is happening up, is loaded and whatnot. First of all, let's make this one as if is loaded. That means something is already happening. This is happening inside the Clerk itself. So the step one always in this case, if it is not, is loaded. If it is loaded, that means we are doing, then we'll just go ahead and return. I hope that is clear. It's a very just a Boolean flag. Is loaded is true. That means, say, it's already loaded. Something is happening. After that, what we're going to do is let's create a couple of more states. With these states, we can actually put up a spinner in our sign up form, as well as we can set some errors as well. So they will be pretty nice to have. So let's just go up here and we're going to go ahead and say const. The first of all is going to be is submitting. Set is submitting. So if you are submitting the form, we'll use this one, use state. And by default is false. We are not submitting anything. Another one can be auth errors. So we'll fill up all of our errors here. Auth error, set auth error. And we're going to go ahead and say use state, just like this. What we can do is right now we'll just go ahead and say null. If you are more cautious about it and you want to be, you can just add that, hey, what data type is going to be coming up. It can be a string or it can be a null. All right, then we have to reset these form values so that something is happening. So once this is all done, if it is not returning, then first of all set is submit. Let's turn this on true so that spinner can kick in. Let's also submit set auth error. We just actually place that as null. So we are resetting all the errors. After that, we need to send some value to the Clerk. So we'll just use the try catch. Now in the try catch, what we can simply do, and it's just one line, is sign up. Remember the sign up? I hope, let me jog your memory. This is the sign up. Yep, that is all what we're doing. The first step is inside the sign up, we are going to go ahead and simply fire up a create method. And yes, these all methods like create email link flow, create session ID, create user ID, they're all given to you by the Clerk itself. And this is the create method. Very simple. It takes two properties up here while creating. This is obviously going to create a promise. The first one is email address. We're going to take the email everything from actually data.email. So this comes up from that field. Then we have password. So that is also coming in. And we'll just say data.password. All right. This needs a comma. Should be all happy. This is going to take some time. So let's just go ahead and do the await. Once this is all done, that means it has created a user in the Clerk. Remember, we have to create a user, but now is the time that we verify that user as well. So once this process is all done, we have met the await here. Let's do another await and again use the sign up. This is a very powerful method. It has so many things. If you put up the dot, the crazy amount of scroll bar and crazy amount of things you can do is a lot. I don't remember the next method name. I always just say prepare. It has a lot of things. Prepare email address verification, phone number verification and whatnot. I'll use the email address verification. It's a long name. And there we have to just mention a couple of properties that, hey, what strategy we are using. And this is the strategy. Again, the strategy that we are using that, hey, we want to use the email code, email link, enterprise SSO, whatever you wish. You can send an email that click on this email to verify, but feel free to use whatever you like. I'll just go with the email code. And that's it. Once this is all done, then most important thing is, now that this is all done, we have to say set verifying. We have a state and we have to turn this on true. Why this needs to be true? Because based on this verifying, we are actually showing the OTP entering field or the sign up field. And there we go. Pretty nice. I told you, it is actually super easy to work on with the Clerk, and you are doing all this with your own branding. Now, error, we are going to go ahead and, I don't like it, but I'll just call this as any as of now. And we'll have a console.error, and we'll throw up the error just like this. And we'll call this one as sign up error. Pretty good. Colon. And let's also dump the error stack. So we'll just call this an error. Apart from this, we have to set up some errors as well here. So we have created a state for this, set auth error. And inside the set auth error, what we can do is we can destructure this error. And again, just console log this error, you will get the idea what all comes up. So error, this has errors just like this. And then if it has optionally chained, and again, you have to do a console log or read their docs. The very first thing, if it is there, it's actually a message. So we can just go ahead and do a message. How do I know this? I have dumped the errors multiple times in my console, digged up into it. So that's how. I just wanted to save some of your time. That's why I do this. In case you don't like this, completely okay. You can just put up a message here, something like this. An error occurred during the sign up. Please try again. So if you're okay, that is also. Now, once this is all done, try catch. Then what we can do is finally, no matter what happens, we can use a finally to set the state. Remember, there's a spinner loading up constantly. Yeah. Set is submitting, and this can be all false. No matter what happens, error or not, this is all. So I told you, it is super easy to work on with this. Yes, it is a lot of code. It looks like a lot. But if you look at the strategy wise, then it is not that much. And yes, I keep my tutorial really raw. Just enjoy the teaching part of it. All right. Now the next step is, okay, Hitesh, we do understand that how we can actually work through the on submit, but how I'm going to actually verify this? Is Clerk automatically going to do this? Technically not. You have to actually go through and submit this process. Again, that same sign up method will try to do the verification. Let me walk you through that code part as well. It's actually not that big of a deal. The first thing is, in the handle verification submit, you will receive a code. And that code, we haven't done any schema for that. Surely you would do that and you can do that. But as of now, let's just link it up into a classic state so that we can have some data. Otherwise, how we are going to get the data? So let's just call this one as verification code. Verification code. Set is set verification code. Set verification code. And simple use state, just like that. And this use state will have an empty. As of now, we don't have any code. I would love to have a schema on the verification code as well. How many characters, all numbers, whatnot. That's a good idea to have. But as of now, let's just loop that. I've already walked you through with that. So in this one, we will receive an event. And that event, since we are in the TypeScript, we can actually have this. So we'll have this react.form event. And further this, we can actually mention this HTML form element. All right. We'll just snooze this for again. So this is what, in case you don't want to have this form event, go ahead and grab the Zod event. That is also totally fine. Now, since we are taking the e.prevent default is the first step that everybody does. Again, if there is no is loaded, and this time we don't have no sign up, then we are going to simply return. We don't want to proceed in both the two cases because loaded is mean doing something or sign up is not there, then what we are verifying, we don't have that object being filled up. So in those cases, we'll just go with that. After that, the same thing that we did here inside the on submit, these two things, yes, we have to do this again. We can copy and paste them. These are the standard approach. After that, simple try catch. The try part. This is the part where we simply go ahead and simply say await, take the sign up, and this sign up this time will attempt. There are a lot of attempts. Attempt email address verification, phone verification, and whatnot. What we have is email address verification. This is again a method, takes just one property in this case, and that is the code. You just provide the code itself. This is the one. And what we say is, let's use this verification code. Now, based on this, you give me a result. There we go. And based on this result, I can just go ahead and see that, hey, whether the success was complete or we have some error. And this result, I highly recommend you to console this. So this is your to-do part. Console this result. This result might be misinterpreted with JavaScript this, so I'll just remove this. And then we can just use this. We can just say result dot, and this result has a lot of values. One is status. And again, go ahead and work on what more fields can be there in the status. Abandoned, complete, missing requirement. We are worried only just about one, which is complete as of now. This means, hey, all is good. Now the user has verified successfully. In that case, I can just go ahead and use more of the states to actually mention that whether the user is active or not and whatnot. I can do more stuff onto this one. So I think let's go ahead and do that. I really have a itchy throat today, but anyways. So what we can do if the result is active, if you remember, we have these three things in somewhere here. Just a second. Here it is. So we have seen sign up is loaded, automatically gets filled up by every time you make a request. This one automatically gets up. We still have one more thing, which is set active. What is this set active? This is the point where you actually use this. If the status is complete and you want to create a session now, this is where you use it. How do we use it? Simply await, write it correctly, and then call this set active. And inside the set active, what you can do is you can mention a lot of things. Organization, redirect URL, and our favorite, session. So we can create a session in itself. The session will be created by this result. Without result, you cannot create that. So this result. And notice here, as soon as I put up a dot, there's so many things. Abandoned that, attempt. Yeah. Imagine you building all of this all on yourself. That's why I say, once you understand the Clerk superpower, then you realize, oh, there's a lot that it does. Authenticate with Web3, redirect, pop-up, and whatnot. What we want to do is create a session ID so that it has a session, and that is it. That is all it takes. And once this is all done, we can actually redirect the user to a dashboard and whatnot. I don't have that route as of now, so I'll just mark this as a to-do and I'll come back and put this. Or I can actually have this right as have the router in itself. So let's just have it. We'll create the files later on. For this, I have to bring in a router. So let's go ahead and do this here. Const router, and is going to be coming up from use router, and we want to use the next navigation. Hopefully that is the correct one. Yep, that's the next one. Next navigation. Yep, use router navigation. With this, now that the session is created, all I have to do is navigate to another page. Should be all okay now. Since the session ID is created, let's push the user to the dashboard. We don't have dashboard, but we'll create it soon. So we'll just say router.push and push the user wherever you like and write the push correctly. And I'll say, hey, you go to dashboard. But again, why this router.push? Router.push should be existing here. Oh, my bad. There we go. And should be all happy. And this is all good. We have done a pretty good job. And in the catch part, if this is all good, we should also have an else part. We can actually redirect the user on the same path. But first of all, let's do a console.error. And we'll say verification incomplete. Incomplete. Did I wrote it correct? Hopefully. And we'll just go ahead and dump the result. Apart from this, we will also use set verification, set verifying. not verifying. Set verification. Where is our errors? We have error. Set verifying. No, we did created errors. We have auth errors only. We don't have verification error. We should actually create the verification error as well. No big deal. We can do it now. Const verification error. Set verification error. That is also going to use state, just like this. And by default, they will be all null. And I would love to add a property for them, just like this. It can be a simple string or can be null. There we go. Ooh, that's a lot. All right, but looks okay. Now we can come back here. Now we have set verification error. This time we are having a verification error. So all we got to do is take up the errors, put that up here. And again, the process is exactly same. They have a very trusty method of doing this. So the consistency is remarkable. And I can actually literally take all of this. The destructuring of error is exactly same. So we have set verification error. There we go. And this time, oops, we have to actually grab the error first here. So this time we have a result. So let's not do it up here. We have to grab the error. Cut this. I know, little confusing, but we'll just set the error as manual. Verification could not be complete. The reason why we couldn't do it because we need an access to the error, and errors are being thrown up in the try catch part. So that's why I couldn't do it there. But we'll do it here. Set verification error here, just like this. And there we go. This time we have it. So we'll have why this error is having. Error is of type unknown. Totally agree. It can be any to resolve this error temporarily. And we can have a console log of this error here as well. Previously, we were dumping down the result. This time we can actually have the error. Copy that, paste that. All right. So this is what we have. Again, a little bit too much, but it's okay. And again, don't forget the finally part. Finally, and we're setting set is submitting to false. Whew, a lot. But I'm pretty sure that it actually gave you the confidence that, yeah, it looks like a lot, but it's not. And we were able to do so much. We were able to not only submit the user data, but we were able to verify that and all of these things. Now, let me go ahead and quickly write a really simple card so that you understand how the verification process goes. And again, it's moreover like writing HTML. So let me quickly write that and then I'll show you. For writing the UI, we are actually using a UI library, which also you can use. So this is the one HeroUI that we are using, and we'll be bringing up some of the components from the HeroUI directly. For example, we want to use some of the card elements. So I'll just go into the card. And if I go up here, it just says, hey, npx HeroUI CLI add card. So I just have to copy this, go back up here, and we'll be adding one by one all these elements. So I'll just go ahead and paste this. Now, inside my components, this is going to create, yes, please go ahead and do all of the process. I have to bring it up here a little bit so that you can see. So it's fetching the HeroUI latest component data card. Yeah, it's going to do some stuff. You need to see all of this. So it actually not only just brings up, it sets up all of these things like framer motion, HeroUI system, themes, and everything. And I really like that it does automatically for me. The most important part for us is the HeroUI card, and that's it. The best part, what I like about it, it brings up not only this, I can just go ahead and use it directly. So for the usage part, it's actually super easy. And let me check the code part, and there we go. So all you have to do is import this, and it will be all super happy. So I can just put it at the very top or just right here. And it's saying can't find module or it's type declaration. I'll install the types as well. No worries on that part. But anyways, you get the idea that how the card and card body are being installed. And after that, I will be able to use it directly like this. So I can just go ahead and say card body. So I'll be using this one. Let me go ahead and use this. All right, the UI part is actually a difficult one for us, but we use the Hero library extensively. Let me walk you through what I did. So this is all the hero library that we went with this. I used dividers and card. Fairly easy compared to writing everything manually. So if the verifying, the goal was to simply add an input box which has a button, submit. That is it. You can make it as fancy or as simple as you wish. We went with the card. We did the card which has a header which says verify your email, nothing else. It's just a text, no code there. Then in the card body, we have a verification error. If the verification error is there, then we load this component which has the verification error. And apart from this, we have this classic form which has just one input field, which is this one. This is a verification code type, which has a type text placeholder. Enter your 6-digit code. As I mentioned, we can add schema onto this one, but we don't want to. Value is verification code attached to our user state. And this is the on change. So when anything changes, we actually just set this state so it constantly gets updated. In the submit, we have the same is loading is set to submitting so that the circular verifying with the triple dot or the verifying goes on. And if somebody submits this, we submit this onto a simple method. The form actually gets submitted and that's it. On submit takes the form to the handle verification submit, and there we take all of the things. Super easy. I have just added one more thing here just at the bottom, that if you didn't receive the code, we will actually take the same sign up because you are on this page. That means you have already submitted the email previously in that other component, and then we simply use this. Again, the whole point is sign up. This dot prepare, this is the main method that we learned. Apart from this, there is nothing much. So this is the basic. Now this form also I need to fill up. So let me go ahead and do that as well so that I can give you the full project. All right, so I've added this form component, and I've also added Lucid React icons. Again, these are fancy stuff. React icons, you add them, don't, doesn't really matter. Let me walk you through that how now you can attach the React hook form into your actual form. It's super easy process actually. The majority of work you have already done. Let me walk you through again to jog your memory. So when we were working on the React form, remember we have this hook use of state. This is something that comes up from, no, not this one, use form. This is something that comes up from the React hook form. We have two things here. The one is register. The second is handle submit. Handle submit is a property where you submit the form. And this register is something which collects all of the data. This is a big object, so you have to expand this object every single time. Rest of the default values, resolver, they are all okay, not a big deal. So these are the two things you have to understand. Again, remember, handle submit, where you submit the form, it's a property, and then register, it's again a property, it's an object where you collect all of the data. So once you are here into the return, what you're going to notice, this is card, this is just card head, very fancy, no big deal there. What's interesting is when we come inside the card body, this is again very ordinary element. If you have studied React from me or anywhere else, you know this is just if auth error is true, this component will load and this will show you the error. Very basic stuff. The most important part starts here, the form. Remember, the on submit doesn't directly submit the form. Please don't do this mistake. This is a common mistake in React hook form, especially for beginners. Use the handle submit because this is what you have mentioned. And inside this, mark your method. On submit is my custom method, but I cannot submit the form directly there. If I'll submit the form, it will not take the data. And in my on submit, I'm expecting this data. This data can only come to me if I actually pass this form using the handle submit method in the React hook form, and through which I get this on submit. Very straightforward flow. And after that, another important part is this one, the object destructuring of the register, and mention that this register is now impacting on the email part of it. This is it. Rest of all is pretty simple. Notice this input field has nothing out of the blue. ID, type, placeholder, we have seen this already while you were learning HTML. Start content is just basic, another no big deal there. It's pretty basic. It's the type which gives given to by the HeroUI. So you can have as fancy as you like inside the card. If I just go ahead and show you the card type, they have a lot of things that you can have, the card, header, body, input fields and whatnot. I should be showing you the input field rather. So this is the input field. You have so many things onto this one that how you want this code. So they have this, yes, this is the one. So default values and all this. So by the way, this is all coming up from this HeroUI. The important for us is this is invalid. So we are actually checking all the errors, and out of that we are loading this is email. So all the email related errors, and error message. This is the error message that comes up if this email field is invalid, again through the XOR itself. The most important part, even if you avoid all of this, is this one. Register an object, destructured registered email. You will find exact same replica in the password as well. Let me show you that. In the password, if I go back up here, you are going to see This is the one. So register for password. If you have 1,000 other fields, you just keep on going with that. Just mark their default values and keep on using. So this makes the life easier, that you can have as long as form. React hook form doesn't really care. We have just one object, which is register. You keep on adding the values into it. You don't have to define 1,000 states. You just go everything collect in the register. Once you're are done with this, notice we are also collecting one more, which is the confirm password, just like that, super easy. And once this is all done with the policies and all that, I went little fancy with that. Now in the button, we just simply go ahead and load this button and say, hey, is submitting, let's just submit, and that's it. Rest of the stuff is pretty basic. So this is your sign up component. Again, we took some time to actually create this, but we actually used some state-of-the-art technology here. We actually used Zod, we used a React hook form, and I'm pretty sure you now are comfortably capable of handling any React hook form. Apart from this, we use Clerk, not just any ordinary method of the Clerk. You truly understand the superpower of the Clerk that it gives you. We verified the email, we created the emails, stored them in our Clerk, we started the verification process, we handled the verification process. So this is quite a lot, and I'm pretty sure this is your 101 guide of handling any of the sign up using React, Clerk, not React, Next.js, yeah, they are the same thing. Next.js, Clerk, Zod, React hook form, and that makes it an awesome tutorial. Please let me know in the comment section that you truly enjoyed this, and surely all the code files will be available to you on my GitHub repo and in the link in the description section. That is it for this video, and let's move on to the next section. All right, so let's move on to the next part. This part of the long video is going to help you to understand that how you can sign in any user. Although we have previously discussed that how a user can be signed up in the sign up process as well, once the user has successfully verified the application, we're actually generating a session ID for him. It's exactly the same process with the sign in as well. So this particular section will be moreover like putting up a cement on the concept that we have gone through with it. So it would feel a little bit of a repetition, but let's just go ahead and do that part as well. So let me take you on the screen. Already have taken you there. There we go. So what we're going to do, we're going to close this one and we'll just repeat the exact same concept. And I'm going to see this part is exactly same. Just this portion is missing. That is it. So let's close this one and we'll create another component. We'll create a new one, call this one as sign in form.tsx, of course. And the process is exactly same. The repetition is exactly same and there's no anything big deal there. Let me first actually close this one, snooze this. And there we go. All right. So first one, we know this one is going to be use client because we are going to be about to use some use state hooks and whatnot. The most important part is to have the use a form. So this is the one which comes up from the React hook form. That's the most important one. Another one important for us is use a sign in, which comes from the Clerk itself, which gives us a lot of options. Remember that it's a hook. And we'll be redirecting the user. So let's just say we will also need use a router, which comes from the React navigation, not the router. This will be required for us. And we'll need Zod as well. So do we get direct access like this? Yeah, that's really nice. We'll also need the sign in schema. So sign in schema just there. What else we are going to need? Probably that's it. If we need anything else, we can just bring them up. We need the Zod resolver as well. Zod resolver. Yeah, that's the one. Final. All right. So the next step is to simply have an export function which exports the methods and we handle the things on the state. No big deal there. So export default function and let's call this one as sign in form. And there we go. So this is the function. That's it. We need to return. This time the return statement is much easier. We'll not do this one. We'll do this one. So this time return statement will have just a form. So let's just write in h1 first and then later on we'll design this one. So not the h1 like that. We'll have a simple h1 that says return as sign in form. Usually I design like this. I prefer to have functionality first and then all the things. Let's grab all the things that we know. First of all, I know very much that router is coming in. So router, that comes up from use router so that I can redirect the person wherever I like. The most important thing that comes up from is the sign in from the Clerk itself. That is the most important part of it. So how do we get it? First of all, we say use use sign in, just like that. This is the hook. We need to destructure a few things from it. And there we go. Again, the destructuring process is exactly same. We have the sign in this time instead of the sign up. We have the same is loaded, which gives us the state whether has done the clerk work or is it still in the process of doing it. So is loaded is the same. And the last part is also the same, which is set active, which gives you the state whether it is active or not. You can check it based on the Boolean. Now we'll do the couple of similar stuff. So we can either get it back or we can just write that is submitting. Set is submitting, so that if the form is getting submitted, we can just load the spinner there. Use state from the React, and there we go. The default value would be false. There we go. We can move this a little bit so that we can see all the things in one line at least. And let's just say if there is an authentication error, we should also keep that. Again, you can define them later on, as well as you will define, as you will write more the components, you will be able to predict that, hey, this is the state I always need, so I'll probably need it here as well. Set auth error, and that will be again use state. The default value is going to be null. Whenever there is a null, I usually prefer to do this. So the value could be a string or there could be a null that comes up. So makes me happy. That is it. When we actually define some of the return statement, then we'll have some more components that show password, don't show the password. So based on the click, we change the format to type or text, not the text or the password field. So we just love that. Now the next thing is I want to use this use form. It's somewhere here. I know it. Use form. So this is the one that I want to use. Again, it is exactly same. You have few things which actually directly gets destructured, and it's like a hook form. In case you haven't seen it that way, this is your another chance of looking at it. So we go ahead and destructure a few things, and that is just a pure use form. That's it. So this is the usual thing that you see around. In this, we have few objects here. The first object that you see most of the time is the resolver. And we are using the Zod resolver. So we just go ahead and say we use Zod resolver and provide the schema. So sign in schema. This is the one. Yep. And another thing is default value. So I hope now it seems much easier as compared to last time what you saw this. So it's pretty easy. So default values, what are the fields that you are protecting and which needs to have a default value? So in my case, I will have an identifier, which I've already mentioned, which will be default. Another thing that I have is password. We don't have confirmed password in this one because this is sign in. So this is the basic. Now it looks much more cleaner, much more easier. The only two things which we are worried about is the first one is register, where you collect all of your data, and then the method handle submit. Always remember this handle submit is just a method which further calls a method, and because it superimposed that, it passes on all the data in the register. And I'm pretty sure now it's not looking as scary as you saw it for the very first time. So that is very basic. All right, now let's see what happens on the submit. So let's just call this one const on submit. This will be a classic async method. And then we get some data and we arrow function it. There we go. What kind of data you'll be receiving? Of course, the data will be of use hook form. So that will come up there, but I want to validate this data. So for that, I will infer the data by using the Z form or Z form, Zod form, whatever you like to call. And here I have to mention that what type you will get. The type you will be getting is sign in schema. That's it. Super easy. Types are not that hard. It looks very hard for the first time, then it becomes super easy. And as I mentioned, this is a repeat process. So again, you have to check for set loading, have to move forward accordingly. So if there is no is loaded, then we go ahead and return it. Return. There we go. I can write that. And then we have to say set is submitting to true, because yes, we are submitting to that. And we'll say set error. What did we call it? Set auth error. So there is no authentication error as of now. Set auth error, and we'll just call this one as null. All right. Now coming up onto the logic, how do we work with that? We are submitting some information to the clerk, so we'll just do the try catch. Always good idea. We will await because it always takes some time, and then we simply use the sign in method, which comes up from the Clerk itself, and we use a method that create, that's it, which creates an instance that, hey, we want to create a user up here. Again, in this method also we are using the create because if a user accidentally puts up in the sign in method, we don't want to lose that user. We still want to just capture the user because it could be a potential lead, and this is what you see commonly in many of the SaaS application, including what we run as well. So in this, you provide all the opportunities, not opportunities, all the values that we have. But again, it is totally subjective that whether you want to do it or not. But I'm showing you the common practice that happens. I'll just say we have an identifier which gets a data from data.email, data.identifier, yes. And then we have a password, which also gets us data from data.password. There we go. Now this is all good. Once we have done this, this should have actually a status directly, because if the user is logging in, then it should actually create this. It should already have this. So as soon as you put this up, and if you grab the result just like this, so let's just say we have a result. The status out of this result should be completed because this process is already completed in our database, and that's what Clerk take care for us. So if we go ahead and directly check that, hey, result, I want to check the status for it. So dot status, that should be equal to complete. And by the way, you can just put up, since this is type safe, you can see all the things. Need first factor, needs identifier, needs new password, second factor, whatever you want to do. But in this case, the status should be complete. That means the user is already created for us. So we'll just go ahead and simply do an await, and we will say set active. We don't have, do we have set active? We should have, yes, this is the one, set active. So we'll just go ahead and use the set active, and inside this we'll put up one property only, which is session. There we go. And how do we create the session? From the result itself, just like we did last time. And again, these are all coming up documentation. You don't need to remember any one of this. And by the way, the suggestions are great. So I'll just create a session ID just like that. Now, in case it doesn't happen, then we are going to go ahead and use else. We will set console log error. I hope you can do that. I'll just skip that part. I'll just say auth error. And we're going to say sign in error. You just get the idea. You write better error messages than me. Then in the catch part, what we can do is we can set the auth errors directly, set auth error, and we can just go ahead and do the same extraction, what we did last time. So error dot errors, we have a lot of errors because of the Zod. Inside this, we have the first, this actually returns an array. And inside this, optionally, we get the message. If we get this, then it is really nice. And first of all, we have to mark this as any. Come on. There we go. Otherwise, this will be super unhappy. And once we are here, then we simply say that, hey, we might have optionally a message. Forgot a dot there. There we go. And if it is there, it is good. Otherwise, we'll put up our own message and error occurred while sign a better message during sign in process. All right, and once everything is done, then we can use our classic finally. And inside the finally, we'll just say set is submitting to false, so that what rest of the things wants to happen can happen. Now let me go ahead and quickly write this part again and again. We'll be using the same classic technique, the CRUDs and all these operation. It's a pretty boring stuff. You have already seen that. All right, so this was a pretty easy process. Already you have seen this much. This is the portion where we have the card body. If there is an auth error, we load the error. Otherwise, we don't load the error. The most important part, as I mentioned, onSubmit doesn't govern on its own. It goes through the React hook form. That's why we have handle submit. And through the handle submit, we pass on onSubmit so that it can pass me on all the registered data. Then in the input field, the most important part is this, just one line. And that is why everybody says React hook forms are super easy. But because of these extra features, people think that it's really complex, which it is not. So we have this register feature coming up here. Super nice, super easy. After that, just like that, in the password field also, we have exactly same field going up there. These things are just fancy stuff. We have added that while building the application. So there we go. We have this register. This whole thing is IOF show password. So we just go ahead and change the type to text or password. Really basic stuff. Everybody does that. And that is it. That is all what we have. Now, based on this, you can actually go ahead and redirect the user wherever you wish or not. So I have actually gone ahead and added the redirection feature as well. It's just a one line of code. No big deal there. Added some more cleanup messages and everything. So notice here, now we are doing router.push. So if the session is created, we are pushing the user to the dashboard. We can do that. It's not a pure backend or frontend kind of thing. It's an Next.js. So we have a lot of things going on coming in. So that is it. This is your sign in form. And again, the best part is now that we have sign up form and sign in form, we can actually go ahead and inject this at whatever the place we like. It could be a pop-up form. It's just a standalone component. It can be injected wherever you like. You can even conditionally render that whether user is not or there. It's just a component. It's not a dedicated page for sake. So we can just go ahead and use that. So I hope now the concept of using the clerk and all of this is super clear to you, at least on the front end side. In the backend side, we are also going to use Clerk very soon in a couple of seconds after this section of the video. And I'll walk you through that how you can use Clerk to validate your endpoints that instead of just relying on the middleware, we will actually use Clerk to figure out that whether this is an authenticated request or not. That is super important these days. You have to do that. So I'll walk you through with that part as well. That is it for this video. Let's catch up in the next one. Hello. In this section, we are going to go through with the Clerk middleware. Now, there are two more things that you have to implement with the Clerk, at least on the front-end side. The one is the Clerk provider, so that whenever you need any information about whether user is signed in or not, it's accessible to you at all places. Now, so far, we have added that into sign up component or sign in component, but you can actually have an access anywhere if you properly implement the providers. And we will also implement some of the environment variables, as well as we will implement the middleware. The middleware was used to be one of the most confusing part of all the things. Now Clerk is constantly working in making it much, much better. And we're going to see that now how we actually can do that. So let me just take you on the screen, and it's much, much easier at that point. So let me take up here. This is all the key and values. I have explicitly just removed all the sensitive part of it. I do have my database keys above here. So there we go. So a couple of things you have to add in your environment variable is next public publishable key. So you have to mention this exactly like this. And then we have the Clerk secret key. You get all of them through the Clerk website. Just log in and get that. And very soon we'll be using the Imagekit. So these are a few things which comes from the Imagekit. Then we have a couple of Clerk URL that I want that my sign-in should be loaded as /signin. We don't have that page, but we'll create that. We have just created the components. We will create a separate page with a folder name signin. Inside that we will have page.tsx where we will load that component. And similarly, after sign in, I want the user to be redirected on dashboard. So that's my dashboard. These are a couple of fallback URL. If there's something fallback to redirect or this page is not available, then in that case, it will redirect to the / homepage. And this is our app URL as of now, localhost, so we can reference it. I'll just close it and fill it up with all the details. Once I hide it from you, there we go. And a couple of things we have to go through with this now. It's super easy. The first one is let's handle the easy part, which is the provider, the Clerk provider. The best place, one of the best place, actually there could be many, one of the best place to add it is inside the layout. Inside the layout, we can see that already the HTML is loading up. We want to wrap our HTML with the Clerk provider. It is actually super easy to do so. You just come up here and say, hey Clerk, I want to have a Clerk provider. Give me that. It literally gives you that. You just simply move this at the very end of it, and that is it. Yeah, trust me. This is all. Job done. Now you can access all the providers anywhere you like, and you can access a whole lot of details, all about sign up, sign in. Yeah, it works. It works out of the box. All the features on the front end, it works. All right. So this is the basics of the first part of it. Now comes up is a middleware file. So what is a middleware? The middleware is actually a super easy file. You want that all of your requests and routes and backends, everything is going on. We want to interrupt them in between somewhere and want to process something. We want to ask questions that, hey, whether you are logged in or not, whether you're authorized or not, and so many things can happen. This is a common practice being done in the backend, but for the Next.js, we recently saw a vulnerability that sometimes with some of the hacking stuff, you can actually skip this middleware. So that is why the updated guideline is now that every single endpoint that you are having, you should actually authenticate it independently. This is usually done in the larger scale projects and the SaaS and all of that. But now it is advised that even if the small Next.js based application, you should actually do that. So we'll do that. So coming to the point that we want to simply intercept the request in between and want to process something. So whether some routes are open and public, they can process. Some routes which are not, they can redirect it onto /login or something like that. For this, Next.js actually provides you a file which needs to go into the root of the project itself, which is called as simply middleware. Middleware. And again, remember this is middleware, not middlewares. There is no S at the end. It's a .ts file, could be .js as well, no problem. Now, how do we write this file? There has been a lot of debate, a lot of questions, but yes, now it is comparatively easy. So if we just go on to the Clerk, let's go to the documentation of the Clerk. So Clerk docs, it's much easier now. That's what I want to say. There's an Next.js app router quick guide. So we have this npx install Next.js and whatnot. There we go. This mentions that, hey, this is all you can use. We can have the Clerk middleware just like this. It works like that. But again, there is a little bit better way. Remember the Clerk provider, all the things we have implemented. So this is the part we have already done. And then it says create your user and build it. That's it. What I want to learn and understand about is the middleware itself. Do we have more in the documentation, which I'm pretty sure we have? Middleware, and we have next, whatnot, all of this. I'll just go into the middleware Next.js. So Clerk middleware Next.js. As we can see, this is the basic part of it, and we are going to just copy this. So we'll modify this. We have create route matcher as well. We have is protected route where you can protect the route. This is okay. We can use any one of them if we want to match the routes like this, but I'll show you the easy way. Just go ahead and grab the very first of it, and we're going to just copy and paste this so that we have some of these create Clerk middleware and all of this. You will also notice that as you scroll, we have more things that can come up. For example, the route matcher. So create a route matcher. We have this one as well. If you'll scroll this more, and by the way, this comes up just like this. We also can have auth here as well, which can make a lot of requests and all these things. So depends on how complex you want to write. The config part is really important. Notice here it says skip Next.js internal all static file unless found in search param. That is good. Always run for all API routes. So all API routes will be automatically be passed on through this middleware. This is the basic part. Now, what I want to do is really interesting. We will create some of the routes, public routes. We will create some of the routes which should be inside the Clerk middleware. They should always be accessible only if the user is logged in. So we just have to create two categories of it. Let's go ahead and do that. So for example, I'll call this one is a public route. That's a good name. And these are created by create route matcher. This is the guy which creates route matcher. This is loosely based on the regex feature. So this is like a method. It's basically a hook under the hood. And then in the arrays, you pass on all the routes that you want that, hey, this should be all public route. Now, right now, this is not public. We will make it public in a minute, but this is how we go. So we'll just say, hey, the slash should be a public route. Then we know that there will be a slash sign. I can write that. Sign dash in. This will be a public route, and anything after that, whether that's a ts, .js, whatever it is. So we'll say dot and asterisk. So any JS or any TS file, they actually take advantage of it. Similarly, we are going to go ahead and say, hey, we will say that slash sign dash up. Sign in is there already. Same process for this. Any .js or .ts file. So we'll just say dot and then anything after that. So .ts, .js, all file use that. This is the part where we define it. We haven't used it. But if you just take a look on this, this is how they say that, hey, now if I just go ahead and protect route based authorization status. So they also mentioned this is protected route. So we create a route just like this. This is protected. We are creating public ones. And then you simply use this method Clerk middleware. We are going to use the exact same one. So yeah, this is what we studied in the docs as well. So let's just go ahead and say this one is export default, and we'll just say Clerk. Come on, I can write that. If it stops popping up, Clerk middleware, this is the one that we want to use. Inside this, we'll just go ahead and simply have an async and then a simple arrow function just like this. Not like this. Definitely not like this. There we go. And there we go. So we have this async. There we go. And why are you yelling at me? Oh, we have already an export default Clerk middleware there. I should have used that already. But anyways, now you're gone. Okay, you should be all happy now. So inside this Clerk middleware, you get a couple of properties that you can actually access. The most common one that you're going to see is the request because, hey, it's a middleware. It intercepts all the requests. But not only that, if you read the docs, we do have one more thing, which is this auth. And through this auth, you can actually take advantage of it and figure out that whether user is authenticated or not. So we'll have this one as well. We'll just say auth, just like this. And now the very first thing that I'm going to do is extract some things from this auth. The most important thing that this auth gives is a user. Yes, you literally have an access of user, and all thanks to the auth, I don't have to write anything. Now through this user, you can actually go ahead and grab user ID and a lot of other things as well, but there is a unique way of getting it. So we have to say user ID. I'll grab the user ID and I'll just say again, from this, we will grab the user ID just like this. Why this parenthesis? Because we have to await a little bit. Await the user that, hey, we'll grab the user because it's not an instant thing. This auth actually grabs a little bit, takes a little bit while. Surely we could have done something like this, await. But again, turns out this sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work. I tried it. Again, sometimes it worked. This one always worked. So I'm just showing you, sharing the experience with that. Now, apart from this, we'll also take advantage of this request. We'll grab that what URL actually is coming up from this. And there's a unique way of doing that as well. Not that much unique, but hey, this is new URL that comes up. And through this URL, you can just go ahead and grab the request URL. So that is it. We'll just go ahead and say URL. There we go, just like this. And we'll say request.url. There we go. Super easy, super basic, nothing too difficult as of now. All right. Now you have grabbed this. Now based on this, that we are going to say that, hey, whether the user is accessing it, he's getting redirect or access or everything. So just like that. So super easy work. Now we'll just put up some conditions. So if we have the user ID and we are saying is public route. So if it is, we have the user ID and we are on a public route on this request, and we'll also say and URL dot path name is not equals to the slash. This means that you should be redirected to the dashboard. So you have a user ID, that means you are logged in. You are on the public route. So public route means you are onto the sign up or sign in. You should not be able to access that. So that means we'll just go ahead and redirect the user. So we'll just go ahead and say return next response. If there is any other case, you can match that as well. We'll just use a redirect. Just say redirect where you want to redirect. So we'll craft a new URL for you. We'll just go ahead and say new URL, which is /dashboard. So you just go ahead and go to the dashboard. And there's another parameter that we have to pass on with this, which is comma and say request.url. There we go. Yeah, this is a weird syntax. Nobody remembers that. The best place to find out this is just up here. So we have a lot of examples in the Clerk documentation, and I actually use most of them. So we have the protected route. This is public. So auth.protected. We'll use this one as well in a minute. We can have a debugging process and all of that. So this is the first part of it. Now, how do we protect our middleware? So that is where I really like this. This is the part where we simply go ahead and say protect non-public routes. And you'll see just in a minute why I wrote this exact way, because it's in the documentation just like that. So we're going to say if it is not is public route a request, just like that, then what we should do, really simple. We'll just go ahead and say await and auth dot, surprised to know there is a protect method, and it will do all the protection. You don't have to do redirection, protection. It will automatically get to the sign in, and from where it's going to grab the sign in from your environment variables. And again, this part, yeah, this is exactly which I brought in from the documentation. So no magic is happening up here. Request public route, then go ahead and protect this. And they actually mention a lot of documentation. To protect all of your routes of application and define specific route as public, you can use any of the above method and simply invert the if condition. So we have just inverted that. So this is public route, all of this, and we're just working with that. So additionally, what we have done, we have actually copy pasted this exact same example. The only additional thing we have done here is that, hey, if the user is authenticated, we don't want him to access the slash sign up, sign in. That is the only part we have added. Otherwise, we could have simply just copy and pasted it. It would have worked flawlessly. But I wanted to show you that how this whole thing works. It's not really that difficult that people think. You just have to dive into the documentation, have to extract the things. That's it. But again, if you don't do this, hey, this whole part is actually optional. Just get rid of it. Totally fine, totally okay. All right, I hope this video has given you enough of confidence that how you can actually use the Clerk middleware, the authentication, the most confusing part of it. Yes, when we'll be writing the APIs, I will walk you through that how to protect with this. That's not going anywhere. That is it for this video. Let's catch up in the next one. All right, the next part that we're going to do is handling the image upload. Now, majority of our work is going to be done by the Imagekit itself, and then from there onwards, we'll start to design our APIs so that we can see that, okay, how to structure the folders, the trashes, the starred, and even how to maintain the structure. That's a very interesting and fun part. But let's actually finish up the Imagekit part because that is super easy to work on with. I'll show you what's the best part of this and how to grab it actually. So first of all, go up onto the Imagekit. So this is the Imagekit, and I'll show you why I really like this because the documentation, the moment you simply go up into this, you will start absolutely loving it. So let me walk you through first. This is the Imagekit. And Imagekit is actually a media delivery and management for high growth team. Basically what this is it's a real-time media processing API. So not only they actually store your data, whatever images, PDF, whatever you have, they actually on top of it applies their own media processing engine, as well as they apply some of the AI features onto it so that you actually works that. One of the best part about it is they actually support bring in your own storage as well. Like you can bring in AWS, whatever you like that. And they actually have a lot of AI feature, which you don't have to write in the code itself. Just with the URL basis, you can actually have the image, expand it, move it into the circular. You can have the image optimization, verticals. They do a lot of it. I actually did another video where I mentioned that how you can easily build your Reels clone or Instagram Shorts clone, YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reel clone. So I have walked through with their features intensively in that video. We have so many other things. What I highly like about them is their pricing. So anybody can get actually started with their generous 25 GB of free bandwidth that they offer and 5 GB of DAM storage, 500 video processing unit, which is a lot to get started. So go ahead and create an account. I already have an account. Once you create an account, you can actually go into their developer options, which is hiding just behind me. So there we go. So here you're going to see the developer option. This is where you can just simply go ahead and click and have all of your keys. So all of your URL endpoints, your public key, your private key, you can just go ahead and grab it. And if you are just here, so just click on Node.js and you can actually have a lot of things SDK integration just right up here. We will use it just in a minute, but surely you can grab it from here as well. What I really like about it is just move on to the dashboard and you will love this. So let's just say, let's click on the Imagekit and we'll just go back onto the Get Started page. On the Get Started page itself, you see on the right hand side, we have this integration, React, Next.js, Angular, Android. So pretty much everything in almost whatever you need. I'll click on the Next.js and it takes you to the documentation. In the documentation, you will find that you can click and open in ChatGPT. So this whole documentation summarized will load up in the ChatGPT and you can just ask any questions and just modify it however you like. Although if you are like old school like me, I'll really like to read the documentation and see and understand it on my own. If I have further question, I would love to ask ChatGPT or any other LLM. Now the installation guide on the right side is pretty awesome. We have the installation steps, then we have some of the image component. This is like moreover the front end part of it. After that, we have like lazy loads and all of that. So they are grouped up nicely. And at the very end of it, there is an upload file section that, hey, how do I upload this? If you read just this part, you will get everything what is required to understand and everything. If not, just after that, there is an upload example that how you can actually upload this. Here they mention all these steps. So first step is this one. So generate authentication parameter. You have to go, we are in the app router. So we have to create an API endpoint in the upload auth, or you can name this whatever you like, route.tx. In this, you have to code this file exactly like this. The whole point of this file is simply grab the parameters which you have, which is provided to you as the secret tokens. And what we return as a response is this one. So we return this response, which comes to us by simply running a simple one method. So which is get upload auth params. So whatever you get this back as return text token, expiry and signature, you actually go ahead and return this back. That is it. That is all it takes. Rest of the magic happens in the front end, and I'll show you, walk you through. First of all, let's implement this much because this is already quite a lot. And for the very first time when you see it, it might be a lot. So inside the app, go ahead and create a new folder, and we're going to call this one as API. You cannot mess it around. It needs to be called as API. The API folder serves all of your backend inside the app folder. So it is kind of a compulsory. Now inside the API, we'll create another folder. Feel free to name it whatever you like. I'm going to call this one as Imagekit-auth. So I explicitly know that this is Imagekit related stuff. And inside this, I'll create a new file, which will be called as route.ts. Anything that you mention as route.ts or all the files with the route.ts, they are treated as a backend of your application. So let's go ahead and grab a few of the things. So we'll just go ahead and say next response. Let's go ahead and grab that. We will also grab, and looks like my windsurf is on. Let's close this. All right, I don't use it much. We'll also need auth, and as I mentioned, auth comes from the next, but this time they comes up from the server. Very nice. We will be using this auth part inside the backend part, not the front end part. That's why it needs to come with the server. This is the big change in the authentication. And we haven't got the Imagekit, so let's go ahead and grab this. So I'll just go ahead and say npm install Imagekit. We will need one more, so I'll walk you through with this one as well. Installation and setup, we'll need the Imagekit, and we will also need the Imagekit next as well. So we need both of them. Copy this, come back here, and we'll just go ahead and grab the Imagekit for the next compatibility. And it will take just a few seconds, hopefully. Come on, you can do it faster. There we go. So we'll need this Imagekit as well. So I'll just go ahead and say, hey, Imagekit. I probably need to reload this. Reload the window. There we go. Now I should have, probably not in the good luck. So we'll just go ahead and grab it. So we'll grab the Imagekit just like this. And I think this is K like this. And this will come up from Imagekit. And usually it is happy. Probably just like this, or forgot. Yep, this is happy. All right. Now the step one is to initialize this. If you remember, I showed you in the developer option that how it goes exactly there. So if you open up the developer options and check the node, this is exactly what we need. This is exactly what we are doing. It's very, very small. So this is what we are doing, SDK initialization. So this is what we have grabbed. Now I need to go ahead and grab all of this. I can actually grab till the public key. Just I have to manage on my own. Oops, really bad. Should have, I can write this. So I'll just go ahead and say Imagekit, which will be coming up from new Imagekit, just like this, and object, and pass on all the data. The data is pretty obvious. We have the public key, which will come from process.env. We have next public Imagekit public key, really long. If it is not there, then we're going to go ahead and say empty. So this will make life a little bit easier. All right. Why are you having the issue? String is not assignable to parameters. So, all right, we'll make sure that it actually appears. So I think I have to work on this a little bit. Probably we have to define the type as well for the public key. Let me check this. Seems like there is something odd, or probably it's yelling because we haven't added all the properties. I'm not able to grab it. Yeah, this happens. So first, let me add all of this. So there's a private. Oh, it's gone now. Oh, it's back again. Oh, it's very moody today. So process.env, this one is the private key. So we'll just have a next underscore Imagekit private key. There should be something inside. Should I open up the environment variables? Should open this. All right. So we have this Imagekit private key. Haven't set anything on this, but okay, we can grab this. And there we go, Imagekit private key. Oh, public key error is gone. And we also have a URL endpoint. We have to mention this, which is again process.env dot, and this one is next underscore public underscore Imagekit URL endpoint. And if it is not present, then we can just go ahead and land this up as empty. Same for this one. There we go. All right, they're happy somehow. After that, we have to simply mention a method. So let me walk you through with the docs first. So inside the docs, you're going to see that if we take the upload example and error handling, all we're doing is writing this export async function get. Yep, literally this. And there we go. And all we have to do here is just mention this method in a try catch, and I'll walk you through with a security vulnerability as well, which is recently being explored in the Next.js. So in the Next.js, there was a vulnerability. There's still in that version. It is not in the newer one, which we are working on. That if there is any endpoint, that endpoint, the whole middleware thing can be bypassed. So what Next.js team mentioned that every single endpoint, whatever that is, you should actually authenticate whether the user is authenticated to access that endpoint, whether it is validated by middleware or not, which is also a good practice. And we can just go ahead and do this really simple by saying await. And remember, we do have the access of this auth, which comes from the server backend. We can actually extract the user ID from it. So const user ID, just like this. And once we have this user ID, we can just, based on this, quickly check if we have this user ID, come on, user ID. And if we don't have this, then simply go ahead and return the response. Return next response. And in the next response, we can simply chain it up to the JSON and can pass on the error, not like that, error which says unauthorized. There we go. And we can send the status as well if you wish. Status as 401. And that's it. So this whole line is the reason for security. So whenever you're creating any endpoint, just go ahead and grab this. That is all it takes. And what we're going to do is we are going to next up move in the docs. So remember, we have this method get upload auth params. This actually comes from the Imagekit. They actually destructure it directly up here, get upload params for the Imagekit next server. We can actually grab it from the Imagekit itself. So we can do the same. Imagekit. Now give me the method which is get authentication parameters. And instead of extracting them one by one and all of that, let's take them into the auth params, just like that. Once we have this, let's return the response with this. Return next response with this as JSON, and we'll call this one as auth params. There we go. And that is it. That is all it takes. And what we can do further to make sure that this is bulletproof is to wrap this up in the try catch. The cool, neat trick is select all of this and start writing try catch. Once you hit enter, automatically it moves into the try block. And in the catch part, we can return a response, which is not really good. I mean, not really good by the term, I mean, which is the next response in the terms of error. So we'll remove this auth param. We'll say that we want to return an error, which is failed to generate authentication parameters. Parameters for Imagekit. And further, we can chain it on as status of 500. Feel free to pick up your own authentication parameters. But this is all what we have. So super easy, super nice, and all of the things. Now, rest of the things of this Imagekit actually happens on the front end. And that's why they say the image component and video component. So this component, what they mentioned that, hey, you can simply go ahead and use this video component, all of that. You have to use a provider so that your application is always authenticated. Yes, I'll walk you through with writing those providers as well. And the next part is how do we upload any data? Now, whenever this data is uploaded, you use the Imagekit component and the image goes inside the Imagekit component. Because this endpoint automatically hits it, it uploads that and returns you back the body. That is where the magic starts to happen. So what we are going to do in this, we are going to take care of the upload part in the API, create a new folder, and we're going to call this one as upload. This is where our upload endpoints is going to rely. Inside this, again, go ahead and create a file which says route.ts, of course. There we go. Now this now is very ordinary routing thing which we have to go and work on with. We get the data of the uploaded file from the front end itself because now it's all Imagekit. We don't do the heavy lifting. Our job in the upload is to take the data, user ID from the front end as well as the image, take it onto the upload endpoint and save it in the database. That is all what we do here. So let me go ahead and grab all the things. Remember the auth? We just saw this. Yep, this is important. And remember the DB that we have inside the libdb so that we have the database connection. And remember the file that we have inside the schema. So grab that also. And I guess that's it. That's all what we need. And then simply a function export async. Hopefully I wrote the spelling correct. Yeah. And this will be on the post endpoint. So this is how we write endpoints. This will be request, which will be of type next request. And there we go. That's it. Now what we're going to do, first of all, try catch because things might go really wrong. We have already seen that many times this goes wrong. The step one is exactly same. We don't want to write it again and again, probably 1,000 times. This part will remain exactly same again and again. In every single application, this will remain just like this. So we need to have a next response. There we go. All right, so you can create a small utility which actually gives you a true and false, but I think the code is in itself is so small that we probably don't need to write anything for this one. It's really very small. Now the next part is once we have validated that the user is authenticated, because assuming that it's authenticated, I'm reaching to the line number 13 here. Let's go ahead and parse request body. Request body. Now here we're going to go ahead and say, hey, we want to have a body. Every single time in the Next.js, you have to await that. That is the difference. If you are coming up from the Express or anywhere, we don't await it there. JSON, there we go. All the data is coming up here. Now comes up the most important part. What do we destructure from the body? If you understand this part, that's it. You understand this route. The first thing that's going to come up is the Imagekit. Yes, very important. As I mentioned, we are adding this route here, Imagekit auth, because it requires authentication. There will be a provider, just like Clerk, there will be a provider which wraps up your application, and Imagekit provides you those upload zone where you can just drag and drop the file. It will upload the file and give you response back. We are expecting that response here. And apart from this, we are also expecting that we will have a user ID here, user ID. We can mention this user ID as a type as well. If you wish, we can add the type as well. I am not sure whether this user ID will have that or not. So let's just call this as user ID. And this one is coming up. Let's just call this one as body user ID. So two data, Imagekit, front end needs to call it as Imagekit itself. And the user ID, we are calling it as user ID, but it will be user ID from the body itself. So just pass me on that. And again, just like I can grab the user ID here in the auth, I don't want to use it. I can use it technically, but I want it to grab from the front end itself so that I know whether it's actually equal or not. And I can do an extra check if I know this. So I can just go ahead and say if the body user ID is not equals to user ID, that means there is something wrong. The guy who is logged in is not trying to add something to the database. Somebody else is trying to do that. So in that case, I can return the same response, copy this and paste it. Again, additional step, do it, don't do it, totally on you. Now, once this is all done, I want to further validate that the data in the Imagekit that's coming up, it's also correct or not. So super easy to do so. If there is no Imagekit that's coming up, or if there is no Imagekit.url, because that is the most important part for me. If that's the case, then I'll go ahead and again return a response that will say not authorized this time. It says invalid file upload data. All right, so both the things are validated. We have written a pretty good code. Now we can come here and we can extract the data from the Imagekit, and we can just construct our own file data and then just go ahead and save this. All right, this one is going to take some time. So we're going to go ahead and say const file data, And this will be a big object. We have to add all the properties. So name of this file is going to come up from Imagekit.name. If this is not there, then we can just go ahead and use untitled. And surely there should be more to it, untitled with the date and all of this, so that it has a unique name in itself. And then we have the image, we have the path. And let me grab all of this and one by one. Let me show you a few of them. So Imagekit dot file path. This is again going to come up from the Imagekit itself. If it is not, then we can provide optional data, and we can use the Imagekit name as well if it is not coming up. Again, there's a lot. I will do that in a minute. Then there is a size. So we have to extract all these things from the Imagekit itself. I'll tell you one more thing before we add the size. I'll do that in a second. The next thing, the most important thing, is the user ID. We have a user ID property, and that needs to get user ID just like this. This is the most important part, and rest of the things can have the nulls and all of that. So let me go ahead and quickly pause the video, grab all these files and add the data. All right, so I grabbed the data, and yes, you have to peek it into the file and all of that. So we have the name, path, size, all coming up from the Imagekit itself. Type, file URL, thumbnail URL, all coming up from the Imagekit. That's why we wanted to have this Imagekit as a whole object to be passed on to us. These are the stuff we have already discussed. Don't want to discuss it further again. Now what we want to do is insert the file into the record or the database itself, which is again super easy. All you got to do is await. We have this DB with us. Remember this one? So we have this one. And then all we got to do is have an insert method. Where do you want to insert? I want to insert into the files. I already have the access. And then just simply go ahead and say, what values do you have? I have this whole object with me, which is file data. That is it. Now what we can do is we can extract this, call this one as new file, just like this, and just that. All right. So, and again, one more thing we have to do is dot returning, so that we know it actually explicitly returns that, otherwise it doesn't. And once this is done, just send the response. Yeah, super easy. Return next response, and the response that I want to send is .json, and inside the JSON response, I'll just send this new file. All right, in the error part, we can actually borrow the error part. This is exactly same, no big deal. And the error part goes like this. So next just response error failed to save info to database. There we go. Told you, it's really simple to write these kinds of endpoint. I'm pretty sure I'm taking it a little bit of a time to explain them, but your brain needs this much of time to grasp all this information. We have written a beautiful code. It's secured, it's expandable, it's scalable. It's really nice. I hope you have enjoyed this part. So as I mentioned, this is all it takes to get started with the Imagekit. Nothing big deal. We just took some of the credentials from it. We understood that, hey, there needs to be an endpoint which will be used throughout the application. We also seen that how the whole flow of the uploading is going to work. Now we have a couple of more endpoints for detecting whether it's file, folder, and some information. We're going to do that tomorrow. For me, for you, it's just the same day. So let's catch up in the next segment. All right, so welcome to the news section of the same video. In this video, we are going to work with the folder structure of the application. So in our Droply project or any Dropbox-inspired project, we have two things to manage mainly. One is the folder and one is the file. Now, file is the real thing. It actually gets uploaded, while the folder are just a facade. Yeah, they are literally just a facade. They don't really exist. They just mimic that, hey, we do exist. So in order to give the user that, hey, the folder structure exists, we just create a path and that's it. And the folder is just a name, a path which says, okay, this is how you need to represent the structure. So first of all, I'll walk you through and take you through the path that how we are going to structure it line by line. We'll first take it and draw it on the drawing board, that how we need to plan this accordingly. Then we are going to come back and draw an endpoint. We'll write the code and we'll work with there. It's the easy part. The file is comparatively more challenging. Not challenging, it's really a more work that we can do star on the files, we can do delete, mark it as a trash, we can have the listing of all the files, how to get those files from the database, represent them. It's a bit involved, but surely we're going to do that. So let me take you on the screen first. And the first thing that we are going to do here is to see and plan it out, because sometimes you really need to understand it, okay, how we're going to plan this whole thing. So let's just try to write a lot of text so that we can see that how this needs to be planned. All right, so the first point is entry point. So we're going to go ahead and design an entry point. Let me take it up here, a little bit bigger one so that you can see what's happening. So first of all, we'll design an entry point. No big deal. We can design that with the post or get route. For our case, the post makes more sense because we are creating an entry in the database. So step one is to create an entry point. After that, we need to do an authentication because every endpoint needs to be secured. So we're going to go ahead and do the auth with the clerk. So that's nice. Now, what after the clerk, what you should be doing? The next step is to take some input from the user. So we're going to go ahead and call this one as take input from user, probably a folder name. I think that's pretty good plan as of now. What after that? Now, just like we saw in the previous section, that while taking the input from the user, we'll take the folder name, but we'll also take the body ID as well. So user ID will take. So we're going to go ahead and say take user ID and match it so that in the backend we are sure that the user ID that's coming up from the front end matches from the backend. So the user who is trying to create is actually the user who is trying to do so. This is all basic and valid, and probably will throw up another validation for folder name. We are not going to go too much, but at least the folder name should be present. It's not empty, something like that. Probably you can add more if you have more validations and going forward. Now comes up is the interesting part. So this could be a folder which might have a parent ID, might not. So it might be a root folder. It might not be all of that. So based on a parent ID, we can take the steps up there. So let's just say if you have a parent ID, so what we'll do in that case. So if we go ahead and choose a path of yes, what we're going to do in that case. So if you have a parent ID, then what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and verify that parent ID. So verification of the parent ID. Why the verification? Because if you have a parent ID, that means somebody exists above you. We need to do a couple of checks in this case. The verification is one of the most interesting part. First of all, it needs to match the parent ID. So if you're providing me that, match the parent ID. So I'll just go ahead and grab and we'll check in the database itself that whether you are matching that or not. It also needs to belong to the user. You might be giving me a parent ID of another user. We don't know what's coming up from the front end. So we also need to match that whether it belongs to the user or not. Last but not the least, it should be a folder, because if it is a parent ID, it 100% needs to be a folder. I cannot create a folder inside a file. This is very important for me. So in case if this has got all this, so we'll just work with this. So if the parent ID and verification all matches like this, that's great. Once this is all good, then we are going to go ahead and create a folder structure. So we're going to go ahead and create a folder data. The most important part is the path, because it's a facade. As I mentioned, it just needs to have. So we'll just create something based on UUIDs and all not. The most important part is folder needs to be turned on true. And that's basically it. That's the most important part. And after that, just go ahead and create the folder data. And we're going to go ahead and insert into DB. That's our plan of action that we're going to go ahead and do so. And again, that's the basic part of all what we're going to do. Now, there is also an obvious question which you probably might have forgot that, hey, this is all the case when the parent ID is yes. What about the case when the parent ID is no? And we have already taken care of that case. Let me take you on to the code file and walk you through in the schemas, not schema, inside the lib and in the schema.ts. So notice here, we have already mentioned this inside this, that we can have the path. Notice here, we are having this path, text size path and all of this. Let me show you parent ID. Here it is. So parent ID is here. So we have already mentioned that the parent folder, and we can actually put null if it is a root item. So for the root item, we can just mark it as null, automatically will be treated as null. All right. So this is the whole plan that we have as of now. Now, only thing that's remaining is let's just go ahead and draft the code for it. It's not really that bad. It looks like a lot, but once we start doing all of this, you're going to see that it's actually okay. No big deal there. All right, so let's go ahead and close all of this and finish up this particular endpoint. So inside the API, this endpoint is going to be for folder. So we're going to go ahead and say folders. And inside the folders, we have just one thing that we are doing is the create one. So we're going to go ahead and create a new folder and call this one as create. You can have more endpoints if you wish. We'll just have one. And this one is going to be called as route.ts. There we go. Now in this, let's import all the things which we probably are going to require. So auth, we are definitely going to require. And let me just close this one. And rest of the things probably will need files as well. So this one is going to be coming up from schema. There we go. What else we are going to need? A couple of things we are going to need, and they are going to come from the Drizzle ORM to check whether this is equivalent to, and we can use the AND syntax, just like we use AND, that both cases should be true and all these things. We'll also need the DB. So DB, let's grab this. And let me show you how to bring this one, because that's something we are going to see for the very first time. So we will bring something from Drizzle ORM. So this ORM gives you so many methods that you can work on with this. All these things like type, any table, and all of that. So there are so many methods also that comes up. One which are going to be useful for us is EQ, which is equivalent, which tests the two value needs to be equal. We're also going to need AND, which also checks the same, the left part and right part both should be true. So these are going to be helpful for us. The rest of the things we are going to bring in as we are going to need them. So export async function. This one will be post, which will be request of type next request. And there we go. We'll open up directly a try catch. And first thing we are going to do is the authentication, the verification, sorry, not authentication, the verification part. So we'll just go ahead and say await, and we'll just say auth. There we go. Now we'll just go ahead and say, let's destructure this and directly grab the user ID from it. Once we have the user ID, we'll check if there is no user ID. Then we can just go ahead and return the response. I will surely grab the response from here itself because this one is easier for me. So I'll just go ahead and keep it on my clipboard, makes my life a little easier. And surely we need to have the next response. And this one needs to be user ID. And are we checking the user ID like this? Nope, here it is all good. I just made a typo there. All right, so this is all checked. Now we need to grab some data from the body itself so that we can verify that. Super easy. We can just go ahead and say body. This needs to be await in the Next.js. And we'll grab it from request.json. There we go. We have all the data now. Now from this, let's restructure the things. We need the name of the folder, and we will need the parent ID probably, and we'll also need the user ID to verify. So we'll just go ahead and say we'll destructure some data, and this will come from the body. The first thing that I would like to destructure is the name. Nice. Then we have the user ID. That is going to come up from body user ID. We'll call this as body user ID in the front end. We're going to go ahead and say parent ID. We also need that. If that comes up, that's great. Otherwise, we're going to mark this as null so that it can be a root folder. Now, next thing is, once we have grabbed this user ID that's coming up from the front end needs to match with the user ID that we have. Super simple, nothing to be worried. If the body user ID is not equals to the user ID that we have grabbed from the Clerk itself, then just the same unauthorized status 401 looks good. Now we'll do a small validation check for the name itself. This is the folder name. So this is the folder name, not here. Take input from the user, folder name. We have matched this validation for folder name. So let's go ahead and do this. I don't know from where this pop-up is coming in, probably some display. All right, so let's see that if there is no name, or what validation we can put up. It should be a string, so type of name is not equals to string, or we can also check for the emptiness, so name.trim. If it is equals to the empty string, in all those cases, we would love to return a response that says with the error, not unauthorized, that says folder name is required. There we go. Status could be 401 or probably 400, depends on what makes sense to you. You can just go ahead, work with that. All right, this part is all done. Now we have to check whether the parent ID exists or not. It could be null or it could be like that, but we want to check whether it exists. If it exists, then we want to move into the yes part. So if it exists, we want to do the verification. All these three verification we're going to do and work with this. So if there is a parent ID, then only we are going to do. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to await. We're going to call the DB. This is the DB that we want to have. We need to write await better. Await DB. Now inside this DB, we can actually go ahead and select the values that, hey, how we want to go. So the way how we do it is we mark this that we want to perform a select operation, and I'll move this one to the next line here. And why are you having an issue? Await has no effect, but still I'll put up an await. There's a database call. I'll always put the await. Now from where do you want to select? So I want to select, we can put up the select conditions as well that only select, but we want to select all the files. So from, I want to select from files. So I'll just go ahead and grab the files. Okay, now we want to put up a where clause. This is just writing an SQL. There we go. In the where clause, we will have a couple of conditions that, hey, from where this needs to come up. We will put up and use an AND condition that all of this needs to be true. That is where the AND comes up. Now we will say equivalent or equals to. So both we need to provide two parameters. They needs to be equal. So I'll use this one just like this, EQ, and then provide two values that, hey, what column versus what column needs to be left versus right needs to be equal. So I'll just go ahead and say that first of all, the files .id needs to match with the parent ID. So if you have provided me the parent ID, this is the first part where it needs to match with the parent ID. So if I'm selecting this, there should be an ID for this. So it will select this and will match for it. Not only that, we are not just happy for it. We need to have another one that does it belongs to the user. So inside this, there should be a user ID field which belongs to the user. So we can verify that. So I'll just put up a comma. Again, use an EQ. And we will say that the files, whatever you have selected, will have a user ID field. This needs to match with the user ID that you are providing me. So user ID. And last but not the least, it should be a folder only. So that is super easy. We can just go ahead and say equals. And I will say the files that we have will have a field is folder that needs to match as true. That is it. Now all these three conditions needs to be true because we have used an AND statement and we are working on this. Again, mentioning it very clearly, it should match the parent ID. If you're providing me the parent ID and I'm selecting it from the files, it should match the parent ID, that the file's ID there. And then after that, it needs to belong to that user and it should be a folder. If this is all good, then we need to have the parent folder. So we are going to go ahead and say this will, I will just get back the result just like this. There we go. And I will hold this one as parent folder. All right, so now I have access that if you have provided me the parent folder, I will go ahead and grab that parent folder that, okay, this is, I do have an access of this. Now, if you don't have parent folder, then at this point, this is a problem. So if this goes like this, I will just go ahead and say if there is no parent folder at this point, parent folder, why is it not suggesting me parent folder? I need to check it inside. So I'll just remove this. I don't have access to parent folder here. I have access here. So I'll just move it up here. If I have no access to parent folder, there we go. I have access to this. I'll just go ahead and paste this that, hey, this is the next response. And I will just say response parent folder not found. So whatever the parent folder you have provided me, it doesn't exist. Now in this case, if the parent ID all good, it matches everything. So I'll just go outside of this here. I have done all the validation check. This is all just the validation through the SQL. Now if this exists, then go ahead and create a folder in the database. So we'll just go ahead and say create a folder in database, and I'll just go ahead and say folder data. Let's prepare a data for this. And again, it's a big object. We need to just insert in that database. You probably know the rest of the part. This is the part where most of the headache goes. After that, it's super easy. All we're going to go ahead and say await. We'll call the DB. We'll say insert operation on the files. We have a new row there, and it will have all the values being inserted. What values? We will call this one as folder data, and then we'll say returning just like that. And why are you having an issue? No overload matches this call. Probably we don't have the data. It's an empty object. We will fill that in a second, but just wanted to show you this is how it works. So folder data goes up here. Let's store that const new folder, because this is just going to create a folder itself. We'll fill the data. And once this is all done, we can actually go ahead and return a response. So we'll just fill that first, and then we'll start working on it. Return next response will be .json. And in the JSON, we will put up an object of success to be true. Then we will have a message that says folder created successfully. And we will return also this folder as new folder. There we go. All right, the most important part which is remaining now is this one. So how we're going to fill this folder? So this is going to be a new row of the folder. We'll just have this. First of all, it needs an ID. So we'll provide an ID. There are a lot of ways how you can provide the ID. We will use the UUID v4. I thought it will give the suggestion. It's not. So let's go ahead and grab this. And probably we don't have installation of this. So let's just go ahead and install this. We will anyway use it. npm install UUID. So once we have this, there we go. Super easy fix. I'll just go ahead and say import. We are going to go ahead and import this from UUID. And the way how we import it these days, it's little changed. I'm pretty sure you have seen that somewhere, but if not, that's okay. This one is UUID v4. So we'll just call this one as v4. Now we can go back and we can just call this one as that, hey, we want to have a UUID and UUID v4, just like that. Now we have a unique ID. Now here's the interesting part. The name will be exactly what you have passed on, but I would still love to have a trim on it so that there is no spaces at the start or end. All right. And we also need to have a path. Now this is the most interesting part. So path will be like this. So we will have a slash folders. We'll use the same for everyone. And then inside this, we are going to go ahead and say that, hey, this belongs to a user ID. So user ID. And after that, we will have a dollar. There we go. And we'll just go ahead and say UUID v4. Execute that. There we go. So this is the path that we have. And then size is always going to be 0. It's a folder. It cannot have any size. The type, the most important part, the type is going to be folder. That's the one. And apart from this, we don't have any file URL for this one. Do we have a file URL? File URL. There we go. We should have a file URL. Let me check in the schema. Schema, not here. Not inside the API. We do have this inside the lib. In the schema, this is the one, file URL. Copy that. It's not a compulsory part, so I think that's the reason. So we have a file URL, which can be empty. And then we have also thumbnail URL. Let's go ahead and copy that. And yes, we need to actually go ahead and do one by one for all of this. Thumbnail URL, that will also be null because there's nothing. And then most important part, we will have the user ID. We will also have the parent ID, just like this. And most important thing is folder. I'll show you this in the schema. So we have this is folder that needs to be turned as true. So is folder, and this needs to be turned as true. Rest of them can be false or can be empty. As you can see, the error is gone now, but still we'll bring them. Is starred right now is false, but I'll bring this. Okay, this one is false. Yeah, actually behind the scene, I go and actually bring all of this just like this. And there we go, is trash will be false. All right. So this is the all data that I need to put up. And yes, literally I have to go into this one. These one will be created automatically. Don't worry about that. But this is how you craft the folder. Again, remember, folder doesn't actually exist. It's just a path which we have. So we upload, when we upload any file, we upload after this and make this as a path. This path is just used for displaying in the front end. The actual data will come up from the file URL from itself. That is it. So I hope this video has given you enough of confidence that now you truly understand that how the folder structure works. This is how exactly they work in the operating system as well. They are not there. This is not, it's just a container of the file. It's just a path which is there to give the user a feel that, okay, everything is organized. Apart from this, it doesn't exist in the reality. All right, so this was all about the folders which exist in any online application. I hope now it makes much more sense. It's just a matter of data structures or the schema that you have designed. Rest all is just facade. All right, that is it for this video. Let's catch up in the next one. All right, so continuing in our application that we're building, now we have thoughtfully thought through the folder section. It's time that we go ahead and think about files. This is where a lot of magic happens, but once you see the step one, a lot of things will automatically start to make sense. For example, let's break down the session into just one thing. I will just double click on the file, or I'll just see the basic home folder. How should I see my files? All the files that you have created in the home root folder, they should be available there. Or if I double click on any folder, that means I'm passing you the parent ID, just give me those files. That is it. So what we're trying to do now is designing a simple get route where you get all the files. And there could be two scenarios here. One where you might have passed me the parent ID. That means, hey, I'm viewing the file which are inside the folder. Or I might have not passed you the parent ID. That means I want to see the root files. That's it. Write the query to get all the files with the parent ID or without the parent ID. And that's it. That's the whole goal. So I hope now you understand the assignment, the task that we have in the hand. And let's go ahead and write the code. It's really simple, but again, just have a look through of it. And if you're seeing or building the application for the very first time, it's okay to follow along. Totally okay. Don't just too much put load on yourself about, hey, there is this tutorial help. No, everybody goes through with the replication of the projects and things. Initially, it is okay. This is how everybody learns. So in the API, since we are creating another API, let's create a folder, and these all APIs will be inside files. And yes, we have to write many because we have starred and trash and whatnot is going on. So inside the files, there will be many stuff, but this is going to be just files, /files. You hit that and we'll just create a file into it, which will be called as route.ts, basics. All right, so this will be home, but we will have multiple inside this. Maybe you want to have an access of particular files, so we'll see how the dynamic routes are being handled. So yeah, a lot of stuff is there. Let's start with the basic one. First of all, the same steps, we will require authentication because we want to auth each and every route just like that. I'll just go ahead and snooze this again. We will need files as well, which will come from the schema. So we'll grab this. We will need a DB connection as well. So we'll just go ahead and say, hey, grab the DB, which is the connection. And we will be needing few more things which you haven't seen. You have seen two of them. I'll introduce a few more now. So we will be importing these from Drizzle ORM. So we've already seen that we have few of the queries that we can work through. For example, we have equal, which checks whether the left side, right side are equal. We've also seen we have and, by the way, we do have or. If you want to check something for this, we also have this something known as is null. So is null, it's a test whether the expression is null by the SQL standards. We can actually use it directly, but we want to use it with the SQL. So some elements could be null. So remember, our parent ID could be null. So this is why it exists. All right. After that, we just simply want to write a get method. So export const async. This one will be get method, just like this. It will accept a request, which will be of type next request. Pretty basic. I'm pretty sure you're feeling much confident, at least this much. And why are you having an issue? You shouldn't be having an issue because I forgot the function keyword. Okay. Better now. And export. Just give me a second. I'll fix this. No worries. All right. It's all good now. The step one is to check for authentication. We'll check them with the try catch block itself. I'll just go ahead and say, give me the user ID. We have seen this multiple times. User ID that always comes from a hook, which is auth hook. There we go. You will have this one, but again, this requires a wait. Oops. This requires a wait, just like that. Now you have user ID. So can we borrow some code? I think we should. So I'll go into the folders, any of the route, and actually, we can actually bring all of this, probably not all, at least this much is same. So we can just go ahead and replace it with like this. There we go. And move the indentation. There we go. This needs to be imported. So response. There we go. So it imports this next response and request from the next server. That is all good, all fine. Okay, what do I need to do next? Now next, there could be many ways of how user might be requesting for a file. So we will be extracting them from the search param, from the query ID. From the query ID, we'll get the user ID, and then we probably may need to get the parent ID. So let's just go ahead and grab all of them. And we'll be grabbing all of them from the search params. Okay, so how do we grab the information from the search param in the Next.js? So in the request, you have this next URL. From this, you can actually extract the search params just like that. So just like we have query params, search params, we are searching for a particular file. We will store this one as search params, just like this. Then we have a query ID. So we need to grab it again. From the search params, we are going to get, the first thing we will get is user ID. So we'll store that into a variable. We'll call this one as query user ID, just like that. And we will extract one more, which is parent ID. Parent ID. And of course, this needs to be grabbed just like this, parent ID. There we go. So you can have many more. These are search params. I am pretty sure you have seen things like question mark and name equals Hitesh. And then we have more things like ampersand, ID equals 1, 2, 3. So these are the things. These are known as query params. Very basic. I'm pretty sure if you have built any full stack application, you have seen this. Now, step one is we are going to verify whether the query ID that is provided is the ID that we have grabbed from the user ID. So let's go ahead and quickly match that as a validation. So if we don't have any query user ID, or we can have, or if the query ID does not match with the user ID, then obviously things are not great. So we'll just go up here and I will copy this and I will paste this. Makes sense. This is unauthorized 401. There we go. Now, how we can actually access files from the database based on the parent ID. Now, there could be two cases. There could be a parent ID. There could not be a parent ID. So going up here, we can actually minimize this to make it life easier. Okay, so what we're doing here is fetch files from database, and we will go with the two cases here. Database. We have just one. First of all, let's call this one as user files. This is going to be our array, which we will eventually fill. First of all, let's check whether do we have this parent ID or not. If we have the parent ID, that means parent ID is not null. So what we're doing is technically we are fetching from a folder, or we are fetching from a specific folder. So this is what we are doing. So make sure you understand the query that we are writing. It's very simple, no big deal there. So first of all, what we have to say is await, and DB is going to run a query of select. I'll put this onto a separate line. All right. From where do you want to select? From files. This is where we want to select. Do you want to select all? No. I want to put you some of the where clauses so that you can filter the result. Where, there we go. Inside the where, I will just give you some of the matching that you have to do. So we'll use the AND clause that all of these things should match. So inside this, the first that comes up is EQ, that it needs to match with the equivalent or equals to the one. So I'll just go ahead and say files dot user ID. So only fetch me the file whose user ID matched to this one. So we'll just go ahead and say user ID. So it will look for all the tables wherever it finds that, hey, files.user ID, that user ID property matches with our user ID. It will just go ahead and give me that. But I don't want that. I want a specific files from a particular folder only. So we have to give one more parameter. This one will be EQ. Again, this time we are looking up for one more property inside the files, big object or big table in this case, where the parent ID matches with the parent ID that was provided to me. All right, a bit of itchy throat again, but you got the point. That this is super easy to work on with. We have just one case as of now that we have a parent ID. So we are matching with the parent ID, and whatever the result we are getting, we are just going to store that into a variable. So let's just call this one as user files, and there we go. Super easy, nothing to be worried on. This is the case when we have the parent ID. What if we don't have the parent ID? That is totally okay. Let's just minimize this. In that case, I'll just write the else. In this case, rest of the things will be exactly same. The only thing that comes up new is this guy, is null. So we are matching something for the null, but in the SQL way. So I'll just go ahead and say, let's write this again. Await DB will select everything. There we go. Yes, you know the drill. Move it to the next line, indent this. Do you want to select all or from something? No, we want to select from something. So we'll just give the from. We want to select from files because there could be many other tables. Once we do this, do you want to select all or do you want to select from where? Yeah, we'll provide a where clause. There we go. Nice and easy where clause. Now inside the where clause, we'll provide the and because both of the condition needs to match. What condition you are looking for? The first condition I'm looking for is equivalent. I call it equivalent, but it's actually technically equals. It makes more sense to me, but again, feel free to ignore me. So files will have a user ID field that needs to match with the user ID provided by us. Okay, we have one more thing because this time we are looking for the files which are in the root directory. So you also need to match for one more condition, which is, in this case, is null. Is null. So in the null, which particular point or which particular property should be null? You have to provide just that much. We're going to say that, hey, this time we have this files dot parent ID. This should be null. So this is the null we are looking for. And again, if this gets us the result, we'll just go ahead and say user files will be equal to that. So no matter what happens, the user files are actually given to us. So I hope now you get the idea. Okay, this was not that difficult to fetch the files. We saw the conditions, we wrote the queries for that, and that's it. Once this is all done, you can simply go ahead and say return. Return. If you write that correctly, that is good. We'll just say next response goes like this. .json, and what we're going to serve is user files. There we go. And that's it. In the catch part, all we got to do is paste this. Yeah, I still have this. So we have error, and error is going to be error fetching files. We can just go ahead and say failed to fetching files. That is also good. Status could be 500 in this case. 500. But again, feel free to modify these errors much better than me. So all right, this was the part. I hope you enjoyed this. This was pretty nice and easy that we now have the ability to fetch any kind of file. Surely you can write more queries and easily fetch all the files data. It's just a matter of presenting them. That's on the front end part. All right, let's catch up into the next section now. All right, moving on into the next section. Now we're going to design an upload endpoint. Yes, an API endpoint to upload the files. But the obvious question is, hey Tesh, haven't we designed similar endpoint? And yes, you are absolutely correct. We have just designed this. So let me walk you through. We do have this upload endpoint, but let's walk through that how this endpoint is working. And I don't want to leave any stone unturned in this entire course. I am putting it every effort in this just to make sure that you get the full value out of it and you leave a comment that, hey, we truly are enjoying this section. So in this one, what we are doing is we are expecting that the front end will go ahead and upload through the Imagekit, which is surely possible, 100% doable. But what I want to do here in this case is I want to design an endpoint in which you just simply go ahead and send a form data and send information through the form, the files, the parent ID if you have any, otherwise we are uploading on the root of the directory, or simply just send more things, information like user ID, parent ID, and you simply submit the file there. And this endpoint is responsible for doing everything. We are going to send the file to the Imagekit. We're going to take the response back, and we'll just do things like that way. Again, this could be a use case for you. That is why in this one, we're going to show you that how you can build a standalone endpoint for the Imagekit to do everything. Not only that, I will also walk you through that how you can actually restrict some of the files to be stored in your application. Let's just assume that in our application, we are storing images and PDF. That's it. No exe file or something like that. So that are all restricted. We will only and only allow images as well as PDF, and surely you can find more format of that. All right. So writing this endpoint is not that difficult. First of all, it's super easy. You can always work with that. Let's try to figure out a plan of action that how we are going to do this. So if I just go ahead and grab, by the way, these are not notes. These are just my rough blackboard to explain the things. It's actually easier this way. So what we're going to do, the goal is take a form data, and upload image to Imagekit. That's it. This is the endpoint that I want to design. Now for this endpoint to happen, how do I get started and how do I design or strategize the thing? First of all, inside the post route that I'm going to go ahead and create, I will create an auth user. Better would be authenticate user. Again, every endpoint needs to be authenticated. So that's why we are doing. After that, the next step would be something like parse form data. So we will extract the information from all possible means. We will extract files, we will extract parent ID, we will extract the user ID. And then once we have the user ID, then obviously this will be probably form user ID or something. We'll match it with user ID. So we'll have the user ID from the backend and we will match this. So that's basic. And after that, we'll put the validation on the file. We'll not do much, but at least some basic validation. So something like if file exists. So we'll just do that. All right. Once I have what more I want to do, let's just say I have done all the validation and stuff. Then the next step to check would be the most important part here would be the parent ID. So we have two ways to proceed. So this one is parent ID. Again, for this, we'll move the same format. So there might be a yes case where the parent ID is there. So there is a yes case and we'll draw the nice diagrams there. It looks nice. And there could be a no case as well. No, not just like that. And we'll draw the nice diagrams there. All right. So we could have a simple yes case there and we could have a no case as well. So I'll just draw the diagrams nice and easy. If we have a yes case, that means you have sent me a parent ID. That means it is not an upload in the root of the directory. If it is a parent ID, that means it obviously needs to be a parent ID of a folder only. We can put a mode check on that and then we can go ahead and upload. If it is not a parent ID is null, that means that user is trying to upload on the root directory, and that is totally okay. We will simulate that as well. Now for this, we are going to make sure that if we have this yes, then we have to do a couple of checks here. These are very important. The first of all, we need to make sure that ensure, and I can write that, ensure that it exists. By it, I mean to say parent ID. This is all happening for the yes part. I can shrink that. There we go. First of all, make sure that it exists. Then make sure that it belongs to the user. That's again a good strategy check whether somebody might be spoofing or not. And if it is a parent ID, it is very important to mention or to check it should be a folder. Otherwise, if it is giving a parent ID of a file, you cannot upload file inside the file. That would be wrong. Now, once all of this is done, then we're going to come back here and we'll check that, okay, everything is good. Now, check if file is of type image or PDF. We are just taking two of the example, but you can go ahead and proceed more with that. All right. Once this is all done, then there is another step that you have to take. Yes, this is the most important part. And if you have studied any time Node from my Udemy course or from my online boot camps, live courses, anywhere, you know this. What we have to do is we have to convert file into buffer. Convert file into buffer. Imagekit uploads the buffer. So we have to use array buffer to upload that, and then we have to pass it on as a buffer. It's always usually just a piece of code, 2 lines of code, dot array buffer, and that's it. It does the job. But again, it is very crucial to understand that what buffers are, and I have explained them in great detail in my Udemy course of the Node.js. If it is rolled out yet, I'm pretty sure it will be very soon. So I have mentioned this, so go ahead and study that. Once this is all done, then it's okay. We just simply go ahead and generate a file name like UUID and all these things. So we're going to generate a file name. It doesn't really matter. You can have your file name however you like. The most important part is the path of the file that we're going to store and all of that. So we'll generate the path and we'll store that. If it is in the root, we'll store that in the root, and there we go. And pretty easy stuff. Once we have done all of this, we're going to upload the file to the Imagekit. This is the part where you generate, not the file, actually file name. Really nicely written, file name. And then simply go ahead, upload the file to the Imagekit, and that's it. Store things in the database. That is easy, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff involved, and that's why I'm saying it looks like a lot, but it is not. Just follow the process. If you can process this follow on a piece of paper or in here, you can actually go ahead and do this. I have done this a couple of times in advance, so I know this step, but again, the strategy is going to be almost same. And again, since we have done all of this in the past, I will go ahead and copy this because anyways, I'm going to need this. And let's go ahead and create another file route. This time we created just the files like this, but this time what we're going to do is we will create a /upload as a route. This will be inside the files, and right click, click a new folder. This one will be upload. You can place it anywhere you like. I think it makes sense to have it in the files, but again, no compulsion there. Oops, not a folder. We'll have a new file, which will be route.ts. All right. So this is the basics that we have studied. Now let's go ahead and write some stuff. Again, importing the statements and all the imports. Some of them we really are aware of it, so we know that auth is going to be required in just a minute. That's the basic of it. I'll just snooze this. We're going to need the next response, next request that automatically comes up. We need DB first of all. That will be connected. We also need the files as well. So we'll just go ahead and say, hey, give me the files. Most important part. And we'll need something from the Drizzle ORM. I'm pretty sure by now you are completely familiar with it, that yes, we do need some stuff from the Drizzle ORM to make the query. That's why I say once you actually keep on doing it, it becomes the next nature. So we'll need definitely an on and to just get imported. And we'll be needing an EQ to check the equivalent. And it's not from Drizzle Kit, my bad. It's from a Drizzle ORM. And we'll be needing Imagekit. Yes, we'll be needing Imagekit. Yes, this will come from Imagekit. And since we'll be providing the unique names as well, I think it makes sense to import the UUID as well. So we'll just say, hey, give us the v4 as UUID v4. That's how it says to import on the website as well. This will come. Okay, if we need anything else, that can come automatically. First of all, the step one is, since we want that things will be uploaded on the Imagekit, we need to initialize that. Initialization is exactly same. So we can just go ahead and borrow the initialization part. And where do we have initialization part? Not here. We have that inside some other folder. Let me check where it is. Definitely not in the lib. Do we have in the component? Nope. Layout? Nope. I am pretty sure I have created it somewhere, but I'm not able to see. Let me quickly find that. Oh, I know where it is. It is inside the Imagekit auth. Yes, this is where we initialized it. By the initialization means, I mean this part. This part is always 100% required, because otherwise how would Imagekit will know that, hey, I'm the guy who has this all keys and everything. These are like my passwords. So I'll just go back on to the route of the upload. The step one is to go ahead and initialize this. This is most important part. These are your Imagekit credentials. There we go. Once we have done all of this, this is the creation part of it. You have to initialize an object. After this, we can start writing our endpoint. So export async function post. It will be like this, request, which will be of type next request. And there we go. Super easy. All right. So the step, how do we do that? First of all, we open up a try catch block and paste this. I have to go back again. Don't want to paste this. I'll go inside the upload, inside the route. And this is the part I need to copy. Copy this and paste it up here. So what we are doing is, first of all, let's bring this up back. Next response. And this whole thing can be indented a tiny bit better. There we go. All right, so this is the part one where we first of all validate this endpoint. So endpoint check is one of the most important feature now. What's the next step? Parse a form data. All right, so let's go ahead and parse a form data. In order to parse the form data, all you got to do is handle the request, which will have this form data. Just like that. And this also requires an await. Everything requires await in the Next.js whenever you receive the data body or from whatever you like. We're going to call this one as form data, just like that. And I can write const better. Once we have this, we need to extract three things from it: the file, the parent ID, if we have any, and the user ID. So form data, we would love to get. What do you like to get? I would first like to get file. This will be coming up as file. So again, this is a special interface given to you by file, which is of file bits. So basically it's a buffer. Notice here it says import file from the node buffer. It will not import it because it's already built on top of node, but this is the one that we want. It will treat it as a file. It's a blob, it's a buffer. Not really buffer yet, but almost buffer convertible. This is what we'll grab. We'll also grab one more thing, which will be as a string. So we'll be converting that as a string. And this will be simple user ID. This is the one that we are grabbing from the request. We'll need one more, which will be parent ID, if we have any. Parent ID. This could be null as well. Let's store all of this into a variable. So we'll just const file, this one. And we are going to call this one as user ID. Or let's just call this as form user ID. That would be better. Form user ID. And this one will be form parent ID, or we just have one parent ID. All right, looks good. Okay, so we have parsed the form, and I can just go ahead and write it here as well. Parse form data. All right, moving up here. Okay, what next in the plan? Match the ID with the user ID. We have done this many times. I'm pretty sure this is a little boring for you, but it's okay. If we have the form user ID, if it is not equals to user ID, then we can just go ahead and abort the request just right here. So again, same step. Again, once you know the process, you know the plan of action, then it's much easier. What next? Match with the file ID. We have done that. If the file exists. Oh, if the file doesn't exist, what am I going to upload? So let's just check this. If we don't have any file, then we're going to throw this. Not unauthorized, definitely. We'll just instead says no file provided. I'm pretty sure you can write better messages than me, but it's okay. Save this so that auto formatting kicks in. Okay, what next? Then we move on to the parent ID. So this part we move on. We can move it here as well, or by the way, I can just mark it, and after that you move in here. Mark this nicely like that. Anyways, you get the idea. So this is our parent ID. And there we go. Okay, was bothering me. So we need to check whether the parent ID exists. First, let's go with this flow and work on with this. So if we have, not like that, if we have parent ID, come on, parent ID, then what we need to do? If you have parent ID, then we'll query the database that all these cases do match. Ensure that if it exists, belongs to a user, and should be a folder. Let's verify that. In order to do so, we have to say await db dot select everything. No, I don't want to select everything, so I'll pass on my clause. So there we go, select. Then we simply say from where do you want to select? From files. Do you want to select everything? No, I don't want to select everything. I'll just say where clause. There we go. What's in the where clause? All the conditions should match. There is no or here, there's and here. All the conditions should match. What's the first condition? First condition, we'll check this. Ensure that it exists. So, all right, super easy. Files dot ID. inside that ID, it should be parent ID. Parent ID. If there's an ID field, then surely it's a parent ID. It's a folder parent ID, so it exists. Then belongs to the user. All right, super easy. Files.user ID should match the user ID. So copy this, put up a comma. And this time we'll say files.user ID should match the user ID. Okay, what's the next step? It should be a folder. Pretty easy. I'll just say the first part here, that files.is folder, we have a Boolean flag which needs to be true. So it matches with the true. If all these conditions are matched, that means it's all good. We can proceed with the yes. So in that case, we are going to store the reference of this parent folder, which will be useful for us in a minute. So we're going to call this one as const. It goes like this. And we'll call this one as parent folder. There we go. Nicely written. All right. So this is the part where the folder ID is there. And if it doesn't exist, then we'll just say, hey, you have passed on a parent ID, but it doesn't exist. So either you don't pass me any parent ID, then surely I can upload the files in the root. But if you're passing me up and it doesn't match or it doesn't do anything, then simply we'll just say that, hey, parent folder not found or something. So in the else case, we can simply go ahead and minimize this and write it easily. Else, we're going to say a simple return, or probably I can just paste this. Yep, it's still in my clipboard. I will say parent folder not found because you have passed me a parent ID. So if we have the parent ID, we can simply go ahead and work on that. Or if you wish, we can write it else part, or there is another way. We can just go ahead and cut this out and we can say if there is no parent ID, then we can just go ahead and do this. Oh, else shouldn't be here. There we go. This can also be done, but again, you have to make sure you have to check that how you're handling this. I'm just sharing the multiple ways how it can be handled. You need to build your logic on your own. So this time I'm saying that, hey, I am receiving this parent ID. If it is null, then it is okay. I can make those validation and check. You can do this. So I'll just mark this one as totally optional. Maybe you don't allow user to have a root files. They should create the folder. Totally optional based on your flow. Again, remember this part. Okay. I will still walk you through that. If you want to allow the user to upload files in the root directory, I'll surely do that. On that case, just make sure you understand the flow part. The most important part now is I'll walk you through the no, then we'll just upload the file in the parent directory itself. This is the important part which you might be waiting for, is check if the file is of type image or the PDF. How do we do that? Again, it's a super easy type. The file itself has a type. So if we have a file, so if we, first of all, we need to check that if it's of that type. So if the file dot type dot starts with, and there are a lot of types of images, so I'll just say we are accepting all images, but if you want to restrict with PNG only or JPG, you can check that. So I'll just go ahead and say it says image and slash any image. I'll just put up a negative check that if it doesn't exist with image or PDF, I'll not allow you to move forward. So I'll just say if it is not of type image, and I'll put one more check, and it is file.type. If it is not equals to application/PDF, application/PDF, oops, my bad. A lot of wrong stuff going on in here. Okay, so starts with image. We'll just need to go like this, and then we can just move it like that. And we'll again check for one more. If it is file.type, if it is not equals to application/PDF, in that case, we're going to go ahead and say, again, I need to copy it better. And I'll copy this one so that it stays on my keyboard. And we're going to just throw up an error which says only images and PDF are supported. All right, looks good. So there we go. That's it. That's all it takes to do the validation check. Surely you can go ahead and do more of this. Now let's go ahead and convert this into buffer. If you are handling the files or anything, any file, PDF, whatever, you need to transfer it to the Imagekit. We already have an instantiated object of Imagekit, but it requires a buffer to be passed on. It's super easy. I'll show you how it can be done, and then we can do that. It's always exactly the same line of code. First of all, await because it takes time. Then take your file and use a method of array buffer. It will create a buffer. Buffer is nothing. It's just like an array, but in a different format, different hex format. And we're going to call this one as simply buffer, just like this. And once you have buffer, then we are going to actually create a file buffer. Right now it's just a buffer, but we need to create a file buffer from it so that we can transfer it. How do we do that? Super simple. Use the buffer object, just like you have object, arrays and all of that. We have the buffer and it can create a buffer from any of the files. So we just mentioned this above buffer. Now this can be called as file buffer. Is just like a very array-ish object if you haven't studied, but that's okay. That is it. And that's all it takes. 2 line, you can save it in the snippet or anywhere. Whenever it requires, you pass on file to any such upload services, especially Imagekit, you need to convert that into buffer. All right, this is it. Now what we need to do is provide some unique names and all of that. Now let me also walk you through, we'll do the unique names and everything. I'll not waste your time in that, but also let me walk you through that how the parent structure or the folder path exists when you want to upload it into a root directory and when you want to upload it into subfolder. So for this, you have to create a constant or a variable, which will be said as folder path, because that's the facade. Folder path is the facade. File, you just have a file URL. That's it. You can show it wherever you like. But this is the facade which gives the kind of a visual representation of having the folder and stuff. So how do we design that? So we'll just go ahead and say based on parent ID. If you have a parent ID, we're going to go ahead and do something just like this. If you don't have, we are going to do something just like this. Backticks are important in this case. So what we're going to do is we are going to upload everything inside a /droply folder. We are always doing this. So this is my droply folder. Once I am inside the droply folder, I'll just go ahead and say $. There we go. And I will say everything will go inside each user ID. So that's a common path for everyone. And after that, we will have a /folder. And whenever we are going to create a folder, we'll back it up with the /folder. And after that, we will provide a / just like this and a parent ID. This is the path where we are simply saying, okay, you need a folder path because there is a parent ID being provided. So we are going in that and we are storing that information. But what if you don't have a parent ID? In that case, you are storing everything in the root of the directory. So root of the directory is same. We are storing everything in the droply, and hopefully I didn't make any typo. And then we simply say $, just like this, and we say user ID. This user ID is a home of the user or the root for that user. Every user will have its own user ID. So there we go. And this is the most important part, that how we simply go with that. Now, another part that is important is upload file. We have converted this file. We have skipped ahead a little bit this, but once we have converted this file, then we need to upload it to Imagekit. How do we do that? This is the most easiest thing that you have ever seen. Remember this Imagekit? Yes, we have this. This has a lot of functions and you simply can go ahead and do that. For example, I'll await this. It's a file upload. It will take some time. So I'll just go ahead and say Imagekit. And as soon as you put up a dot, notice this bulk add tags, copy file, folder, whatnot, all these things are there. And one of the most important thing, which we know, is upload. Yeah, just provide the details of the upload and it will do the magic. It has a lot of options and you can study more about their options in their docs as well. Nicely mentioned in that. First of all, the most important part is the file. You have to give the file in the buffer format. So file buffer is the one. And after that, it doesn't really matter. So rest of the things are all cooked up by you. So next is file name. How do you want to name the file? The file name should be unique. So how do we create a unique file name? Super easy. We can just come up here and we can say const unique file name, or it should be name. That will be better. How do we create them? Super easy. Use the backticks, use the UUID. So we'll just go ahead and say UUID v4 will generate this. So instantaneously generate that. And once you have that, just go ahead and put up a dot. And after that, we are going to use a $sign just like that. And we need to grab the file extension as well, because I don't know whether it's PNG, because I'm changing the whole name. So it could be a PDF, whatever it could be. So I need to generate a file extension as well. I don't have it extension. So this variable also needs to come up here. So const file extension. So how do we get the file extension? In order to get the file extension, we need to grab it from the file itself, or probably we can grab it. I don't want to corrupt my file name directly. So what I'll do is I'll say const original file name, and that will come from the file dot name. So I that now know the reference that, okay, this file dot name is my original file name, and I want to grab the extension of this file from the file name. So I'll just go ahead and say original file name. We're going to go ahead and split it based on the dot, because after that this comes up. And once this is being splitted, I can use a pop method to actually pop, and pop, as you know, push and pop just removes the last part. It gives you that. Otherwise, we can simply go ahead and use an empty one, and then here check for empty extension. Yeah, make sure you check that. And also you can put validation here as well. This is very important. Validation for not storing exe, PHP, or any other extension you have. Or you can check that, hey, we are only storing these 3 or 4 extensions. So again, a lot can be done, but my goal is to actually walk you through. My goal is not to spoon feed you that much, but you understand the concept. That is my whole goal. Okay, now this problem is solved. So we have a file, not file, unique file name. Unique file name. Okay, that is all done. We also need to store where you store it. So folder, we can give you the folder path as well. Folder path. And there's also a flag, by the way. You can say use unique file name, and this time it will automatically do all the stuff. Told you, Imagekit does a lot of things. I just happen to remember it now. And I'll turn this as false. If you turn this on, you don't have to do this much, but with this one, you get a lot of control. And I love control having this. All right, so the next part is we'll create a file data, just like we did it past, file data. And this will be a big object. We will fill this object eventually. But first, let's actually go ahead and push this. Await db and insert. Where do you want to insert? I want to insert in files. Okay, do you want to insert it directly, or you will provide the value? Obviously, you cannot do that, so we'll provide the value. These are my ways of remembering the things. We'll just put up file data here. There we go. And this one is files. So we'll just go ahead, db insert inside the files. All right. And by the way, this is the files that I'm using from the schema. All right, this part is all good. File data will keep on giving the error. So we'll just go ahead and say returning just like this. Once this return, it will give me the whole row const just like this. And we're going to say that you give me a new row, but we'll call this one as new file. And once this is all done, then I can go ahead and return a next response. Instead of the error and all of this thing, we can just go ahead and remove this. And I will directly say new file. Surely you can add more of these values. In the error part, we're going to directly say that, hey, there was an error which says failed to upload file. All right, now it's time to fill up this monstrous of an object. And yes, there is no easy way of doing it. We need to go into the lib and schema, and we have to bring in one by one. So yes, name, path, size, type. Yeah, we have to do that. Name is going to be original file name. Then we have the path, which will be upload. Oh, by the way, we haven't actually grabbed any response from this. So we are just awaiting it. Let's grab the response from it. So we'll call this one as upload response. There we go. Now this upload response will give you a lot of things. So upload response, feel free to store whatever you like. I'll just extract a file path from it, and this will be my path that I'm storing inside the path. Then we have size and type. Size will be given by the file directly, so we can just store it like this. And then we have a type, which can also be given to you by file dot type because it's being uploaded, all of this data. And what else do we need? We need file URL, thumbnail URL. Copy that. Yeah, no other option. File URL. How the file URL will get from the upload response. Upload response dot URL. Then we have thumbnail URL also coming up from the upload response. Thumbnail URL. This is also upload response dot thumbnail URL. It doesn't always come, so make sure you take care of it. You can take care of more validation. Then I know this user ID, parent ID. I remember them now. So user ID will come from the user ID. I could have written just once. And then we have parent ID, which will also come as parent, which I could also have written at once. Parent ID. All right, what else we have? User ID, parent ID. Then we have these is folder, is start, all these things. Yeah, we have to do that. There's no shortcut way. Even if I'm pausing the video, I'll do it behind the scenes. So rather than just do it here itself. And yeah, then we have is start. And we have one more. I'll first grab it. Copy that and paste it. This is not start, so we'll just mark it as false. This is also is trash, not marked, so we'll say false. All right, so our file data is now filled up and we have all of this thing. So as I mentioned, yes, it's a pretty long method, 100-ish line, but it's not tough. You're just thinking it out loud and doing it, and these are the things which helps you in interview. And I always do these kinds of things. Sometimes I do them directly in the code editor that, hey, these are my algorithm. This is my steps of how I'll do it. But sometimes I take pen and paper, or these days digital whiteboards or blackboards, and do that. So I'm pretty sure after watching this video, you totally understand that even if I don't want to upload it through the front end itself, I can have my own endpoint, have more validations, and how can I have an endpoint to upload files to the Imagekit. And rest of the things, go ahead and study about the Imagekit documentation. They have pretty amazing documentation being written. One of the top in the industry, really neck to neck game there. That is it for this video. Let's catch up in the next section. All right, so moving on, we have few more operations that we want to work on. Now, the next operation that I highly recommend you to actually try tiny bit before me, and surely I'll give you some assignment as well. By the way, if you're not able to do those assignments, I highly recommend you to do so. But again, if you're not able to do so, the file and whole project is on my GitHub repo, but you're not going to learn anything from that. If you want to learn, just do the assignment. So whenever there is a file, there are some further assignments you want to do on the file itself. For example, you want to mark it as star or bookmark it, or you want to move it in the trash. You don't move it into the trash. You just mark a Boolean flag as trash. That's it. And sometimes you want to delete the file as well. Now, deleting has its own complication. You may be willing to just move it from the database itself, or maybe you want to do a thorough cleanup that remove it from your Imagekit as well, and then move it out of your database as well. And sometimes if it is just a folder, then you might have to do recursive delete as well. There's a lot of things involved in it. But let's start slow, and I will walk you through that how you can actually mark a file as star. And with the same process, you can just go ahead and utilize that how you can mark this as into trash as well, and try deleting as well. This would be a little bit of a challenge, but not as much as trashing or marking it as trash, but it would be nice to work on with. So let me go ahead and take you on this. So let's go directly on to the code file, and I'll just close all the others. In fact, this one as well. Now, first of all, how do we do individual file mechanism? For doing so, what you have to do is go inside the file. We do have upload as the project itself, but what we want to do here is inside the files, we'll click on this new folder and make sure you mark it as inside the square brackets. Yeah, inside the square bracket, just go ahead and write file ID. Now, anything that you write here can be accessed inside the code as well. This is a dynamic ID that you can pass, and you can grab it from the URL itself. So I'll just go ahead and mark this one as file ID. The way you write it, it should be exactly same accessed inside the code file. So I'm marking I as capital. So this is my file ID. This means that inside the file slash whatever the unique ID of the file. Now after this, inside this, there could be multiple operations that you might want to perform. So here we are not just creating just a file. Surely we can do that. But inside this also, there could be multiple operations. So slash file slash unique ID slash, and then we want to perform operations like I want to do delete. So inside the delete, there will be a new file, which we're going to call this one as route.ts. All right. And just like we have delete, we have a new folder here, which can be a star. So this is where the star functionality goes. And I'll click on new file and I'll call this one as route.ts. And there could be more. For example, you might want to move it as delete, or you want to move it into the trash. So deleting means we are permanently deleting it, but there could be a trash setting as well. So let's just call this one as trash, and we have the trash functionality as well. We'll call this one as route.ts. When I'll upload the file, I'll give you all of these functionality and stuff like that. And by the way, just like this, there could be more features as well inside this file. Like this is file ID, all the particular actions on the file. Upload we have seen just as an extra measure. But there could be a new folder inside the files, which is just remove everything. So for example, empty, trash. So all the files which are marked as inside the trash, they all could be gone. Simple SQL query, no big deal there. Route.ts. I'll not be working in all of them, just wanted to show you that these are the things you can actually work on, and by the time you'll see the code files and everything, they will be there. But I don't want you to have that much of hand holding. It's not good. We'll just work on the star. So we'll just go ahead and open up the star. So how we work with that? First of all, grab the basics, your auth, DB, file, EQN, you know the drill. So we'll just go ahead and say, give me the auth, give me the DB, give me the file, which is a schema file. No, not file relation. I just want to have file. This is the one. Yep. Why is it not suggesting me? There we go. And we'll also need EQ and all of that. So we'll just go ahead and say, give me EQ and give me and we know that this comes from the Drizzle URL. Once you write a couple of times, you get the idea that you become an X nature of it. And we'll say export, async, function. This will be a patch, not the post, not the get, because we are actually putting up some instructions on that. Now here comes the most interesting part. We can just go ahead and write it like that. Now this is going to accept some of the parameter. The first one we have already seen, that is request, which is of type next request. But there is one more which is coming up in here. This time we'll call this one as props. This prop will have params just like this. And in the latest version of the Next.js, this params is a promise. Yes, this is a common gotcha. But these guys actually keep on changing the things. First, we call them as param, as regular parameter, access them. Now it's a promise, so you have to wait for it. There's a lot that happens in Next.js, and this is common. So we'll just have a promise, and this promise will have just like this, which will be having a file ID of type string. Again, classic TypeScript exercise. All right, the initial steps will be same, so I can just go ahead and grab them from anywhere. At the very top, we'll just copy this, move it up here. We'll open up a try catch block. There we go, paste this, save this, and we'll just go ahead and say next response. There we go. So this part is done. Authentication, every single endpoint needs to go authentication. I really don't understand and what's the point of middleware, but anyways, this is a good practice, not bashing it. First of all, grab the file ID. How do we grab it? We will grab it from the URL, but this is a promise, so we have to await now. Everything is await, including body, form data, everything. So at least there is a consistency there. Props.params, and we'll store this. In fact, we'll directly destructure this and just goes like this. So this will give me the file ID. Make sure you are mentioning this file ID exactly same as the folder name. This is very important to work on with this. Now, if you don't have this one, so we'll just copy and grab this and we'll do a quick check. If you don't have the file ID, then we'll send you a response, probably unauthorized, or we'll just say file ID is required. Save this. There we go. So all the quick validation checks are all done. Now we are at this point. All right, what do we need to next? Put the query in the database because somebody has raised a flag or clicked that, hey, I want to mark this as star. Super easy. Just look into the database, find the file with the file ID, and mark one field as changed. That is all we have to do. All right, so we'll just change the stuff. So first of all, let's grab that file object in itself. Super easy. I'll just go ahead and say await. Let me grab that file. So db.select. Do we want to select all? No, I want to select from. From where do we want to select? I want to select from files. This is the one. And we don't want to select all. I want to select from a where clause, just like this. And inside the where clause, we will use the and because multiple cases needs to go. There are two parameters that needs to follow. File should have that same file ID and it should belong to the user. So files.id should be matching up, wrong syntax. It should be equal to files.id and this should be equal to the file ID. And put up a comma. The same thing needs to go up here. So this time we'll say this should be equivalent to files dot, come on, too many suggestions, user ID. This should match with the user ID that we have. All right, that is it. Now we get this whole thing as a file back. So we'll just say const. We'll have a file back just like this. So we have this file available to us. All right, you have the file. That's nice. What do you want to do next? Check for the file as well. And we can actually copy this and paste it up here. Instead of the file ID, this time it can have a validation check for file. And we'll just say file not found. File not found. Okay, that's a check. Nice. Now we need to just toggle the star status. Toggle the star status. So one time a request comes up, we mark that as on. Another time request comes up on the same file, we just move it up here. Again, another query that we need to make, db dot, and we'll just say this time update. What do you want to update in the files? Do you want to update all? Definitely not. But what do you want to do? I want to set one thing. And then we will use the where clause, just like this. And then after that, we will be using the returning syntax. So first we'll fill up the boilerplate. What do you want to do in the set? In the set, I will say there is a is starred. Yep, that's the one. It's an optional field. I want to toggle it. So I'll just go ahead and say that whatever was the previously it was there, files dot is starred, just toggle this. So this exclamation sign here, this one just gets the toggle being done. All right, good stuff. Then where, definitely don't want to select all of them. So we'll use the and inside the and we will put equals. There we go. Where do we want to do this? Again, same parameters will be checked. So we can copy this. Sometimes copying is actually better. There we go. We are marking the same. We should be having the files ID equivalent. We should have files user ID should be equivalent and returning this. This will give us an updated file. So we'll just go ahead and say await. Oops, await. And we're going to go ahead and store this as updated file, just like that. Notice here we are using returning here, and here we were just directly going with that. So that's the difference between this. So once you have this updated files, you will be having a lot of options in it. I highly recommend you to console log this. I have done this many times. So what I want to do is updated files. We'll extract just the first one out of it. And we'll just say updated files, just like this. All right, file. So we just have the file now. And we'll just return it back. So return next response. There we go. And we'll send a response, next response .json, I guess. Yep. And we'll say updated file, just like that. All right, surely I highly recommend you to just console log this before actually doing this. I'll just put a mark for you. Log the whole updated files. That's the easy way to learn and understand about what data type we are returning back and whatnot, all these information. I will still copy this because we need to match with this one as well. So we'll just say return next response and we'll say failed to update the file. It's super easy. So I am pretty sure that now after watching this, going through with this, and we'll mark this as 500 as well. I am pretty sure that if you want to update any other thing, you can update it. Just a matter of knowing this syntax. So if you can mark something as star, 100% you can mark something as is deleted as well. You can mark something else as well. So I highly recommend you to try this out. The most important thing for you is going to be empty trash. I highly recommend use your brain.exe and try out empty trash as well as deleting the file as well. Because deleting the file will force you to use your brain.exe and get the Imagekit instance. Then you will put the query, you will get the file name, you will remove that, you will await it till there. It's a lot of effort, but surely doable, and the code file is available, but don't peek into the code file. Just try to do all of this. You always have the code file access. The goal is not to take my code file. The goal is to learn it on your own. And that's why we are here. So with this, I would say that yes, now all of our endpoint that we wanted to write are all done. Rest are all of your assignments, but still I'll put this code and push this code into the assignment as well, or in my GitHub repo as well. But again, yes, that's how you write the endpoint. Now you have full knowledge about the Clerk for the Imagekit and a lot of stuff. We have designed a lot of cool stuff. And again, surely there is little more to talk about this project. So that's it. Mark this one as a final note for the API endpoint. Write them. And if you do that, please tag me up on Twitter or LinkedIn. I would love to see your work that, hey, I was able to write a controller with so much of the complex query. It makes me super happy. That is it for this video. Let's catch up into the next section. All right, so probably one last thing, and yes, I know it's a really long project, but it's really fun actually. One last thing is to how to handle on the front end side of the things, the Clerk as well as the Imagekit, because these are the two monstrous of the things that we are using in this our project. These are the backbone of our project. So I will show you that how you can handle these things in the front end side of it, and rest I will highly recommend you to do on your own. It's just a basic classic React or JavaScript stuff where you send a request to the endpoint, gets it back, and again, all the source code is still available to you. But I want you to practice more and more. I cannot emphasize more on this, but yeah. So let me walk you through that how this is being done. It's actually a super easy activity to do. But again, so this is what we have. Now, if you remember with the Imagekit, we are actually on the 2 points that we have. The first one being we want to upload everything from the front end side. Surely that's doable. You upload that, it sends it to the database, or not the database, the Imagekit. We get the response back in the body and we save it to the database. We also have our own customized endpoint where you can send the file and it handles everything. But maybe you want to use the first approach. I have already created a dedicated video on this on my channel. Check it out on the Imagekit, that how you can do everything on the front end side, where we actually followed line by line this whole documentation and creating the file input reference and whatnot. Everything was line by line. This time I have modified a little bit based on our use case because we have a pretty complex use case in this time. And apart from this, we also have some of the use case for the Clerk as well. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere here. There we go. So this is the Clerk. We want to see the final steps of how to handle this. I think I should have a dashboard, or we should have a Clerk just like this. Dashboard, there we go. So what we're going to do for this one is just walk you through that how you can actually configure this thing directly. One more thing which is required. Let me take you onto this. So we have this API. This is the classic folder, components, everything will be outside. Inside the app, we have more things. If the folder is the API, that's the backend. But there are some endpoints which we will have in our project. So for example, we'll have a new folder. We will call this one as simply dashboard. And everything inside the dashboard will be called as page. So page.tsx. So this will be front end part of it. Whether you mark it as use client or not, that's a whole different debate. That could be a whole different video on its own. But this will be my front end endpoint. API, backend, every other things are my front end. Now, since we have marked that we will be using the Clerk, we have to actually mention some of the special folder structure. The first one being is a sign up. So we'll just call this one as sign dash up. So this is the route that we have marked. in our env file as well. So I'll just call this one as sign up. Once we are inside the sign up, watch this very closely. This is exactly what you have to do, is create another folder inside this. So every route will reach out this, but we want the clerk to handle it. So we'll use 2 square brackets to start, 2 square brackets to end. And then inside this, we have to say dot, dot, dot. Yes, 3 times dot, and say sign dash up. This is a special folder which is looked after by the clerk itself based on the middleware that we have passed on. And once we are inside this, then we go ahead and create a page. So we'll create a new page, .tsx of course, and I can use a shortcut to export the page, and we're going to name this page as probably sign up page. We can use this default statement, or you can just export in one line. That's okay. Now in here, right now we can see just we have a sign up page. That's okay. The most important part is to load up the form. So we can load up this form wherever, like the sign up page. So there we go. We just bring it up and a page just like this. It's not page, sign up form, I guess. Yeah, this is the one, sign up form. So we have this, and this is pretty nice. And we can see that this is all loaded. That's all we have to do. If you want to make it more fancy, should be loaded in the card, there should be a nav bar. You can just go ahead and do that. Bring in the user. If you get the user, show him the sign out button. If you don't get the user, show him the sign up and login button in the nav bar. All classic stuff which I've taught probably hundreds of times on my channel. So this is really basic and utmost stuff, basic one. So this is the part what we have here. So pretty easy and stuff. We have to do actually the same thing for the sign in as well. So let me walk you through. Inside the app, right click, create a new folder. This one will be sign in, so dash in. And once we are in the sign in, right click on this, create a new folder. Again, the same, 2 brackets to start, 2 brackets to end. Then we have to go dot, 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 and say sign in. Sign dash in. Make sure you call it exactly like that. And then we'll have the same page here as well. New file, we'll call this one as page.tsx. There we go. Really basic stuff, but it needs to be taught. So I'll just use a shortcut this time. I use a lot of shortcuts. This time I have used less, but in reality I use a lot. So this one is sign in page. And once we are here, we can actually remove this and call this one as sign in form. There we go. And load this up. Surely have more of the validations and stuff. So this is the part 1 where I walk you through that how you can actually use this. And in any of the page you need that, hey, I want to have clerk providers and all of that, just because in the layout we have this clerk provider. Now you can use the clerk anywhere you like. You can have the auth if the page is loading on the back end, front end have equal hooks as well available. Go ahead and try this out. So this is the part 1. There is one more thing which I would just briefly touch, that how you can actually go ahead and execute this. This is a pretty interesting thing on its own. So I'll walk you through that as well. Let's close this one. And the final part. Sometimes you're going to realize that there is not just a clerk provider. There are more providers available to you. Clerk provider easily can be wrapped up in the layout, but there might be an Imagekit provider. There might be a HeroUI provider. And then there is a Toast library that you're using that also has a provider. So it is a very common practice that we have a separate providers file and we wrap up some of the components, probably page or wherever it makes sense, to wrap inside a customized provider, which is an abstraction for many providers that we have. A very common practice in the Next.js ecosystem or the world. So for this, let's go ahead inside this app folder. We're going to go ahead and create a new file. And this is not a default file. We are actually creating it. Provider or providers.tsx, because we have many. And inside this, we're going to go ahead and say, first of all, export function providers. And there we go. So this is what we want to do. We want to just provide this. Now, what you're going to see here is a very classic syntax that we want to return. What do you want to return? Whatever we want to return, we will wrap this thing with a lot of stuff. But most probably, I'll just go ahead. As of now, we'll change this in a minute. Let's just use an H1 here. So everything is wrapped in the H1. And we just say children. This children have, not like that. Children, just like this. So this children has a really interesting way of dealing with the things. Anything that comes up as a prop, it will wrap around. So we have to actually accept this as in the provider. So we'll just go like this and we'll say children. We are accepting this. You will see the similar concept in the layout as well. Notice here, the layout also takes everything that, hey, in the root layout, we are taking this children and we are passing on this children, but we are wrapping with rest of the other things that we have. So we are using the same concept. We have the children, we are taking this one. This one is yelling because it says has any type. So we have to make sure that we don't pass on this any type. We need to provide an explicitly type that, hey, what values are coming in. So for this is a TypeScript stuff. We have to mention this. So we'll just go ahead and say export interface. And this one is provider props. Call it as provider props. This will expect that children will come. This will be of type React node. And there might be theme props as well, but they could be optional. So theme prop simply means HeroUI theme or any other theme that might come up. So we'll keep this as an optional. So this is the theme prop. And this could be optional. So we'll put up a question mark that, hey, it might come, it might not come. So we'll just call this one as theme provider props. By the way, we do have this theme provider props. It actually comes up from the next theme itself. So theme provider props, we can actually import that. And this one is actually more of a kind of a next themes kind of a thing. Let me go ahead and install this. So npm install next-themes. Yeah, there we go. This is actually required. Probably this is already installed for us. Yes, it's already installed because it comes up as a default with the HeroUI and that we brought in. Yes, a lot of stuff comes up. So we'll just go ahead and say, let's bring up this theme provider. It should be giving me the option theme provider. Oh, I wrote it bad. Provider. And this one comes up from next themes, and this one is going to come up as next themes provider. All right, so we have this theme provider, and this theme provider will give you theme provider props, probably just like that. Let me check this. All right, checked in the docs, and again, it's actually that import type for the theme provider props. Again, this is all mentioned in the HeroUI. This is something that I've come up. So this is all happy. Now what we have is children, which is unhappy that, hey, I have a children. Then there is an optional theme prop. Props would be good. Props is coming up, but I don't know their type. So go ahead and give them a type. Now that we have interface, we can give that. We'll say provider props. There we go. So all are happy. These are TypeScript stuff and nothing to do with me. And again, there is a lot of things that you can go ahead and work on with this HeroUI and whatnot. Now let me tell you that how the Imagekit actually comes up into the picture. So Imagekit actually provides you some stuff that, hey, there is an authenticator that needs to come up. So let's go on to the Imagekit, and it's here. In the Imagekit, if you look at the upload file example, if you scroll this a little bit here, we have already seen that it requires this get upload auth params. They are come up from an endpoint on the backend because they have the private key and public key and all these things being secret. So the secret can only be in the backend part. But we have this client component as well. And in the client component, sometimes it is expected that you actually wrap things up with these kinds of things, especially an authenticator function. So I will walk you through that how you can actually do that and have all of this. Let me quickly write that so that we save some time. All right, so we have gone with this really simple fetch request. You can use Axios and more complex thing. Notice here I have just this classic function which makes a fetch request to our own endpoint /API/Imagekit which gives us a response data, and that's it. Why this is important? Because we are about to use this authenticator function in a second. First of all, the step one is to grab a provider, an image provider from the Imagekit next itself. So let's go ahead and grab that first. That's the most important part. Import some stuff from, this time it will come up from Imagekit, not like that. We need to grab the Imagekit -next. We probably don't have that yet. We don't have the next version of it. So let me grab that. I actually remember this. I have done it many times. npm install, and we'll go ahead and call this one as Imagekit io-next. Pretty easy to remember. Once you do it 2-3 times, you remember that. And this is the special version and special SDK for the Next itself. So go ahead and grab that. And then we can just go ahead and say this one comes from Imagekit IO Next. What do you grab? This is just installed for this provider only. So let's just call this one as Imagekit provider. There's a context, provider, client a lot. This is the provider. This provider needs you that you make a request on this endpoint and get this authenticator, because there are props that needs to be passed on to this provider, and then we can use it. So as I mentioned, there will be a lot of providers just like we have. So similar to this, we have this Imagekit provider. So I'll just go ahead and say this whole thing will be wrapped up in the Imagekit provider, just like that. And this is how you actually wrap this up. Now this Imagekit provider has a lot of properties that you have to mention. One of them, most important, is authenticator. And authenticator is actually authenticated by that method which says authenticate. Let me just quickly see that. What do we call authenticator? Copy that and paste it up there. That is the most important part. Now this is not yet done. It requires a couple of more things. Let me place that. And just remember one thing, only the thing which are marked as public, even in your environment variable, can only go here. This is client side. All right. So all these endpoints that you can see here, public key. So this is a next public image. This one is next public Imagekit URL endpoint. They are all public. No problem in that. They can go public. So these are the things which you have to mention, and this all needs to wrap up inside the children. Again, we don't need to do all of this H1. This was just to make sure that you understand it doesn't yell at us. But this is the most important part. Now, if we have any more wrapper that we want to grab, probably you have an pop-up, which we call that toast provider. So you simply come up here and wrap this up. Let's just say we have a toast provider. So you simply go ahead and call this one as toast pro. I'm just writing it just for basic. So you just go ahead and wrap this up, move it like this. So as many numbers of provider you have, you can simply go ahead and come up and wrap this up here. And where do we actually inject it? Now that's a very good question, and it totally depends on you. So we have this provider file available to us, which is exported as well. Let's go into the layout. We have the Clerk provider wrapping up everything. All we got to do is this children. This needs to be wrapped up. This is our main layout. So all of our application will be wrapped around this one. And through this method, what we can do is we have this providers, and just like that. And there we go. That's it. That is all it takes to wrap this up. Now that we have our custom provider, you will see that in the final version of this application, I'm wrapping this up into the HeroUI as well. Because if you look at the HeroUI, let's quickly go ahead and look at this HeroUI, Next.js. They actually ask you to do all of this. So if you look at the docs and in the Next.js, HeroUI, CLI, and all of this, this is what I'm talking about. There is literally an import HeroUI provider, and we have to mark this into the HeroUI provider. So let's go ahead and grab that. Super easy stuff. I can go into my provider. I don't have to touch 100 things. I can just paste this up. Now I have a HeroUI provider, and this one is declared, but its value is never read. That is okay. We'll grab it here. And inside in here, I will just go ahead and say HeroUI provider. There we go. There we go. That's it. So now we have another provider coming up in. As I mentioned, you might have Toast as well. This was just a brief example of it, just quick and fun example. But you might have a Toast UI. You want to pop up and give pop up these messages. In that case also, I'll just quickly grab that, install it, come up here. Hey, provider, wrapped it up. Pretty common approach to work on with that. So this is all what I wanted to show you. In this one, we have some of the issues. We still don't have kind file or its corresponding type declaration. I'll give you the types as well. Don't you worry about. So no worries on that. Just install the types. Pretty easy. So this was my part where I wanted to show you. I've already shown you the demo of the whole application. The whole code base is also available here. But my recommendation is just repeat this thing exact what we have achieved here. So if you look at the providers, rest of the stuff is just like this. You will put up a simple fetch request. You can just hit an endpoint, get some data, and now it's up to you how you display that data. Or probably you will get some data from the authentication of the Clerk and display that data, or do some conditional rendering of this. This is classic React 101, and I do have that React Classic 101 in my Udemy course as well, in my live bootcamp as well, in hundreds of places. It's now your chance to shine and use the Hero UI or any other UI component in all of this. For reference, the code file are available. For more of the help, I do have a very active Discord server, probably one of the biggest one in the world. Yeah, that's a big statement. But yes, almost 80,000 active coders are available on my Discord. They help each other out. We do giveaways of t-shirts and whatnot. All of that happens up there. So this is it, and go ahead and check this out. And surely, from my side, this is almost all of it, but we'll still catch up in the next section. All right, welcome to the final section of this such a long video. Now, creating such long videos takes huge amount of effort, and especially when you are teaching, when you're just showing without the screen, hey, just follow me along, I'll keep on typing. It's not really that fun. It doesn't teach anything. That is a true tutorial hell when you just blindly just watching the screen. The most important part is stay, watch, learn, evaluate, then implement it on yourself. That is the true path of learning. I am super happy that you watched it till this point and now you are ready to take some action on your own. You have a couple of assignments on the endpoints as well. Now I'll walk you through with the front end part as well, and we'll give you a brief idea that how these endpoints are being hit with the right amount of data and the right endpoint, and that's it. That's all it takes. So let me take you up here. So a couple of endpoints that you have to work on with this. I'll just remove this. Thank goodness there was nothing on the environment variable. We'll take care of this part as well. No problem there. First of all, in the endpoints, we have some of the file specific endpoints as an assignment that I gave you. Especially in the file ID, we have just worked on the star, but same goes with the delete. You will see that in a second, that how delete is exactly same. Even how trash is exactly same as the star. If you cannot do the trash and delete on your own, then probably you need to rewatch the video and follow along or do something more of the reading material stuff, because they are exactly same. The empty trash is something where you do a little bit of a challenging work, but that's it. That is all through the end of your backend learning. In the front-end learning, if you have studied any of my React course, I've studied, or from my YouTube, that how to hit the endpoints and all of that, that's exactly what we'll be doing in the front-end part. I explicitly kept this entire flow of the course to walk you through with the Clerk, Imagekit and Next.js and latest, away from the latest vulnerabilities and the hack that recently happened through the endpoints. But this part is actually super easy. In the profile, we're just querying the Clerk, getting some data like your email, account status, email verification, and that's it. We're displaying that. Super easy. This is just literally handling one method of the Clerk. That is it, which is given to us by the Clerk itself. Now in the my files, you can see we are, as soon as we load up here, we use the use effect hook. It loads that whether some files are available or not. This is the point where you actually add something. So you can click on new folder. So remember, we are hitting an endpoint, create folder. That's it. We are allowing the user to add image. This is the point where you just browse this and get something low. So for example, we have this nice image and this image is now loaded. Clicking on the upload image. Yes, this is where I hit the form data type of endpoint. Click on this. This actually uploads it. And we have this image getting uploaded there. This again refreshes that and we have this. Now notice here, this delete, this download, and this star, they are exactly same. This download does nothing. We grab some data from the files download URL. We click on this, it just saves it for you. The star, once we mark this star, nothing. We just simply hit an endpoint and that endpoint will give you a response back that, hey, this is marked as star. Same for delete. Once you hit the delete, it marks it as trash, takes it into the trash category. And once we click on this start, these are tabs, these are pages. Consider them as a fresh pages. So start will query the database and will select only the ones which have files.is starred as true, will only give me those files, list of those files, and I will just display that. Same goes for the trash. If I can query one, I can query another as well. So this is really the most exciting part. And again, I know the UI is not the finest. There are many other amazing YouTubers who does pretty amazing job in the front end part of it. I'm not sadly one of them. I prefer more on the teaching side as well as on the back end part. This is where I enjoy the most. So this is the really bare minimum basic of the Hero UI that we have put in. I am pretty sure you can do a much better job than me. And I will see some of the screenshots on the Twitter as well as on the LinkedIn or Instagram that, hey, we have done a better job than you. We have designed a better components and better interface than you. And we have finished all the interface and all the assignments that I gave you. So again, coming back onto the assignment, step one, the assignment number one is finish up all the remaining backend endpoint. If you need some help, take help from our Discord. Yes, discussion. If it doesn't work, then only peek a little bit in my GitHub repository. You will see all the files there. That's your assignment 1. Then the assignment 2 is design a nice interface for it. This will be a super practice for you for the React. A lot of people have studied React from me from different versions on Udemy and all of that. It will be a great exercise for you. If you're not able to do this, just let me know. I'll probably later on create another such big long course dealing this time with the front end only. But again, that's probably for another day, not for here. But again, treat these only 2 assignments and you will be much more job ready than just following random 1,000 tutorials. Don't need to do that. Just make one big project, contribute in it, understand the project deeply and the science behind it, and that's it. That makes you an amazing developer. As you can see, I'm super excited always to teach fun stuff, and I'm here as well. So if you haven't checked out my YouTube channel, go ahead and check that out. Subscribe that. I do have a channel in Hindi in case you are from India. A lot of people are from India as well. So go ahead, check that out. Its name is Chai Code, and follow me up on Twitter with thehitesh.com, and you know the drill. Subscribe and all of that. All right. So that is it. And if you have any question, anything, just tweet me, send me a LinkedIn DM or anything. I'll be super happy to help you, or in our Discord as well. That is it for this video. Let's catch up in the next one.